Microphone test 1 2 3 1 2 3.
What color does the light show when he's smoking? It's green. Is it pink? Or is it green? Oh, it's green? They pop both. If I had him, I'd do the same thing. Big blind.
Wait, which one has the button? You got the button. Okay.
There's the 30.
We are live on Poker House, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. This is the feature table. We have 2 tables. 18 players made it back to day 2. Commentary is going to be joining you here shortly, but we are live and they are playing, and there are 23,000 reasons for these guys to be playing poker, and we'll be right back with you here on stream in just a minute.
Hey, Keelan, not two of them. Yeah, we're going home, yeah. Here's 10 plus. My 3 betting on the flop.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, no. On the flop?
No, pre-flop. We might jam.
Yeah, pre-flop. Yeah. I'm not jamming, but I'm a re-raise for sure.
No club. Jack it down. The king of club. Oh. Jack it down. You have enough for it.
Oh, that's right.
Everybody, I need the card. How do you know when? 7 and 8. I need the card. 7 and 8. Oh, green. White. No. You good? We're good. All right. Tomorrow's big blind. Got a card. I think he's waiting for the payoff. And so he is. Top 65 is the brave. And the fold. What's your real name? No, Ed?
Forgot it a long time ago, man. They took my fake ID here.
Samuel? No, you pick 9. Yeah, you pick Samuel. Heads up.
Oh, yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, you see one. You see one over there. He's there. No, that's what you see. Look at this. Start running super late. Oh, that's Robert Reed. Robert. The guy that put on his headphones.
Spread them like this. Both of them. All right, we're good.
I'm looking for red, not green.
Red.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be red when the table is ready.
Oh, the name, but
Oh,
yeah, faces. I know he
it doesn't indicate when my cards have been read. Okay.
He'll tell me
Okay.
if you need them back.
Okay.
If you need them back, he'll tell me.
I keep looking at the green and think I'm good.
All right, testing, testing.
Are you checking? It's on you. You check? It's on you, babe.
Huh?
It's on you.
I understand that. I was thinking my thought.
Oh, it's
Okay,
okay.
okay.
I'm
I'll
telling you,
check.
it's on you. It's on you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Then check. Okay. Okay. 30.
I didn't know we were rushing.
No, we're not in a rush. Whenever that light's on you, I'm waiting on you, okay? When it turns white. No rush. Ready, right. What are you asking? All right. Forward. We raised to 130.
Okay, test, test, test.
You're not talking about the scrub with the small stack and 4, are you? So you're not talking about the scrub with the small.
Hold your action. All right, here we go. Forward. 65. Forward. Forward. Call heads up.
Black?
Where?
Button right?
3D Pro? Yeah, black used one. No, they came back in like an hour later. Like, you're gonna use this? He asked me if I used one, but I felt bad correcting him like, well,
All good. Raise it to 45. Then fold. Here's the back. All in. Cut them up.
when you snapped, I was like, is it the same hand or am I fucking destroyed? Door number 2.
Hmm.
Fold. Raise to 30. Fold. 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 And a call. There's 7. Twenty is the bet.
You pull that door shut for me? You pull that door closed? All right, lots of people tuned in to the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Getting these microphones set up, getting this tournament and some outer cash tables going out there. Busy day here at Poker House Fort Worth on this Sunday, day 2 for this $10,000 added tournament. $23,000 prize pool is up and going right now, and we'll be right back with you guys. Enjoy the action. We've had a couple eliminations, and we're going to be taking you all the way to the winner of this $10,000 added tournament, and just keep enjoying the show.
Fold. Raise to 40. No. Button right. Hold your asses. Hold your asses. 5, 6, 7, and 9.
Setting up the booth here at Poker House Fort Worth live. Everybody tuned in, getting everything set up. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. All right, let's see if I can catch up on the action here. Had a couple eliminations. Every one of these players is in day 2 in the money. We had $345 being the min cash, and we have a little over 5,000. So let me see here, $5,750 up top for this 10K added tournament. We had 130 entries, 3 flights, and we are now down to, I believe, 16 at this point. We are on a 15-minute delay. I want to welcome everyone again tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Dealer Winter in the box here. Seats were randomly redrawn for day 2. Let's see some of these chip stacks here. Looks like my kicker, who came into today the chip leader, but looks like there's been a little bit of action in Sham. Quite a few chips there. Might have taken that chip lead since we've been started. Tournament's going to run in about 30-40 minutes. T-Rock here looking down at Queen Jack, throws that one into the muck, and there's my kicker that we were talking about earlier. Definitely no stranger to the stream. Many cash games here at this stream table here at Poker House Fort Worth. He's going to raise this one up to 35 with the 9 deuce suited in the cutoff. Trying to steal some blinds there. Looks like it didn't make it through. Andrew on the button calls him with ace 10 off suit. Jack 4, 6, 2 diamonds on the flop. Nobody hitting much of anything here. Let's see if my kicker continues the aggression here. And it looks like he does, and going to take down that pot. So using those chips, seeing who is waiting around, trying to ladder up a little bit here. Like I said, everyone in the money that's here on day 2. And it's just a matter of how much money now. Thomas here under the gun, looking at pocket 6s, reaching for chips. Blinds are 5,000, 15,000, level 12. That's where we finished up on the flights. The lowest flight level achieved is where you start on day 2. My kicker waking up with pocket 9 is going to raise it up to 75,000. So Thomas can have a decision here. He's going to be for about 1/5 of his chips with these pocket 6s. He does go ahead and put in the call there. So decent sized pot, 170,000 in the middle, pocket 6s versus pocket 9s. 8, 8, 10, good flop for both of these hands, but Thomas obviously with the lower end pair. And it's going to go check, check on that flop. So my kicker playing a little bit passively here. Thomas was the pre-flop initial aggressor, and my kicker re-raised. Now Thomas is going to bet out on this 5 of spades on the turn. Got to still think his 6s are still good here with no bet on the flop, but kicker not going anywhere with his pair. 100,000, big pot. 370 in the middle, another 5 on the river. Both players have to feel like they have the best hand, but it is going to go check, check. So kicker playing a little conservatively there, but is going to turn over the winner. So big pot there for my kicker, and I don't think he was going to fold at any point there, but Thomas been curious if he would have put some pressure on my kicker there on that river. Let's look at the chat here. Quite a few people on the social media platforms in the chat. I can see all of the chats. If you have any questions or a shout out, or how if you have any friends on the stream or anybody in on this day 2. Got a few kicker fans in there. There's Kelly as always. Kelly was here for the noon free roll, like we have every day here at Poker House Fort Worth. Not Eddie under the gun, throwing away the 8-5 offsuit. T-Rock looking at a real hand here. Ace Jack early position. Looks like he did just put in the call. He's Gonna fold all the way around to the blinds where Thomas, ace queen offsuit, looks like he's gonna put in a bet here. Yeah, he's in the big blind actually, so he raised the big blind there. Let's see what sizing he chose. 60,000 more, and there comes a T-Rock. So we're gonna go to a flop T-Rock way behind with the ace-jack of Thomas's ace-queen, deuce 6-7. No help to either player. Thomas raised pre-flop. Let's see if he wants to continue on the aggression. No, he goes check, check. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything. I think whoever can bet this one out is probably going to take this one down, but it is going to go check, check again. 4 on the river, no help. The ace-queen going to be best, and it's going to go check, check again, and T-Rock's going to see that out-kicked there. So Thomas gets a few of those chips back that he lost to kicker last hand. Tammy wants to tell Andrew that his mom is watching. Well, Andrew, I hope you do well here on live stream. Your mom is watching you play poker. But thanks to Tammy and everyone else tuning in. It's been a fun tournament. This 30-minute levels, a very very long, good poker tournament. Plenty of time to fold, play good hands. The stacks were pretty deep. It's been a great tournament, and these players that got here to this day two definitely earned it. We had, like I said, 130 entries into this tournament. Kicker under the gun here, +1, looking down at pocket 8, is going to raise it up to 35,000. Sham letting the ace-10 go. Good fold here by him. Paul on the button, going to defend his position. King-queen suited. Thomas and Eddie not waking up with anything in the blinds, so we're going to go heads up with kicker, and Paul with the king-queen suited. Kicker head with the pocket 8s, trying to dodge a king-queen. 9-3 jack, but we have 2 hearts on the flop, so Paul with the king high flush draw and a gut shot to a straight, and he's actually going to be betting this one out as kicker checked it. It's not an easy call here for kicker. You've got 2 overs and a very, very wet board. Yeah, and he's going to let that one go. Doesn't want to play the math on that one, and Paul looks like one of those guys that's when he's betting, he means it. So kicker letting the pocket 8s go, nothing wrong with that. Like I said, 30-minute levels, plenty of time to play poker, no reason to gamble unless you just feel like you have to, but you don't have to with these kind of levels. A little over 5 million chips in play. I'll get some of those numbers for you guys. And of course, when we get down to the final table, we'll have the total chip counts in play, obviously. But we do have this main feature table and a outer table. So I don't know exactly how many people are left in the tournament, but everyone that's here playing today is in the money. Three ways to a flop here. 45,000 in the pot. Queen deuce 7 on this flop. Thomas ahead with the ace queen. T-Rock not having much of anything, and not Eddie missing there as well. Thomas reaching for some chips here. It's probably going to end the hand. A pretty healthy bet there. 45 in the middle. Looks like he bet 55 or 65. But not Eddie and T-Rock not having any part of that in the blinds. So chips being shipped his way. And we're going to see if we can do, see where we're sitting on the commentary booth. I'm going to try to get some of the players in here for some interviews, things like that, to talk about the game. We're going to get some of those cameras set up. But thanks for everybody for tuning in here to Poker House live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And had a little bit of audio issues, but I got those ironed out. And we're going to get some of these players in here, get them on camera, and talk a little bit about their experience in this tournament. And so look forward to that. If you have some of your favorite players in here, might get them in the booth and discuss a little bit about how the tournament went, and hopefully they'll still be in it and maybe on break and not busted out. But we're definitely going to be getting some people into the booth here. So appreciate each and every single one of you being here for this live stream, as we're trying out new things all the time, putting the equipment to the test. My kicker with pocket eights again, took that one down pre-flop in the big blind. See some chip stacks there at the bottom of your screen. Sham, the chip leader at 917,000, followed right behind my kicker, 793, all the way down to Casey, looking to need to make a move here with about 4 big blinds. These are the blinds that should be going up any time now. 30-minute levels. Dan wants to ask kicker what motivates him and does he believe in luck. I don't know about the luck part, but I know my kicker's a poker player, and I think his answer is going to be money. T-Rock here on the button, pocket aces. And it looks like he just made the call. Pretty sneaky there. So unfortunately there's no takers in Andrew or kicker. And so we're going to go 7 deuce, the worst hand in poker, up against pocket aces, the best hand in poker. And Andrew did catch a pair of deuces, could get himself in some trouble here, but makes a smart lay down there, doesn't go with the pair. And so that could have been pretty rough there. T-Rock playing those aces slow, and could have got him in some trouble, but it could have also got him paid. See Andrew in third in chips, 365,000, followed by Thomas at 315. Paul and T-Rock both around the 250,000 mark. Not Eddie at 150,000, and Casey right around that 60,000 mark. Casey picking up ace-9 offsuit under the gun, gonna shove early position just to try to pick up some blinds there. I don't hate it. It's a good chunk of chips to all of these chip stacks. So it's definitely a thought here. Andrew in the small blind already has 10,000 in, goes ahead and lets the king 10 go, good fold. And we'll see if Sham here, oh, Sham's got the chips and the pocket sixes to make this call, and that is what he does. So Sham all in with Casey at risk, ace-9, looking to catch an ace or a 9 on this flop. And there's the 9 right on the flop. Sham looking for a 6 or a 7. Oh, and he hits the 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tough river there for Casey. And we have an elimination here in this $10,000 added tournament. Well played by Casey, who's going to get at least a min cash of $345 for his efforts, making it here into day 2. Didn't have a whole lot of chips. Probably looked down at that ace and said, good enough, let's go with it. And Sham just runs him down with the pocket sixes after Casey flopped that 9. Goes a runner straight. Tough one there for Casey, but well played, sir. And made a little bit of money off this tournament and had a little bit of time on stream. And anytime you're cashing out in a tournament means you did good. Here's T-Rock with the pocket queens in the hijack. Going to raise this one up to 35,000. Blinds are still 5 and 15. Kicker and Andrew folding their cards. Sham letting his go. Paul in the big blind. Queen 10 offsuit. Has some money in the middle with his 15,000 big blind. Goes ahead and completes the 40 total. And so Paul, unbeknownst to him, was going to be in bad shape with the Queen 10 going up against the pocket queens of T-Rock. Ace 10, 7. The ace out there could slow T-Rock down just a little bit, and it does as it goes check, check, deuce on the turn. Paul does have second pair. Goes check again to a river. T-Rock here might just be playing it slow, and he doesn't want to take the chance of an ace defending there in the big blind and beating his queens. So he decides to just check it on down and hope that Paul doesn't have an ace, and that is correct. So T-Rock picks up a few more chips, putting him close to that 300,000 mark. Not Eddie, now you're short stack at 145. Not terribly short. Got about 10 bigs. With these 30-minute levels, he can look at quite a few hands and find one to his liking, try to sneak in that double up. But he still has enough chips to put a dent in a lot of these stacks. So he's definitely going to have some firepower, even though he is the shortest stack at the table. Kicker looking down at Ace-King, going to raise this one up to 75,000. Big raise here. He's going to fold on around to the blinds. Sham not looking with anything on the button. And it goes fold in the blinds as Paul and Thomas both have 7 high. So Kicker there uncontested, picking up some blinds. Tournament play, that's what it's about. You're trying to pick up some blinds, pick up some orbits to outlast some of the players. Try to up the ladder, as everyone here is in the money. The ladder jump isn't until 10th place. So 18th through 11th get that min cash of 345. And the jump doesn't happen until the final table bubble. We're going to go all the way to that with you guys here, and we're going to play this one down to a winner to see who takes down that $5,750 top prize. A great first place prize for only $130 entry. That's all this tournament was, just $130. Just an every man's tournament. Anybody who plays poker, nice price point, and a good return on that $5,750 first place prize. Sham there in the cutoff raised it up with the 5-4, putting those chips to work, steals some more blinds there, and that's going to put him the first player over the 1 million chip mark. And just in time, as these blinds have gone up 10,000 to 20,000. These players, although they're 30-minute levels, the blinds do put some strain on some of these stacks. So you're going to need to see some players making some moves here. Yeah, Dan, it's going to be a little bit of a drive for you there out of Garland. We are in Burleson, Texas, just south of Fort Worth. Not too far away, right down I-35. Not Eddie here in the small blind. Looks like he reached for all of his chips there with the ace-queen offsuit. See if T-Rock wakes up with anything. He does not, so Eddie picks up a big blind there. He's at 150,000 in chips, so less than 10 bigs, so I don't blame him for shoving the rest of that stack in there and just hoping that T-Rock doesn't have anything in the big blind. Like I said, even though Paul and Eddie, Paul a little around the 200K mark and Eddie around that 150,000, you're still got a good chunk of chips. So while the blinds are 10 and 20,000, you're still going to have some fold equity because you can take a pretty good chunk out of a lot of these stacks. Even Sham being at the million mark, he's going to need to have a pretty decent hand to call off 200, 250,000, a quarter of a stack to try to eliminate a player. This one's going to fold all the way around to T-Rock, looking down an ace-9 offsuit in the small blind, see if he wants to tangle with Kicker. You know, I was talking to T-Rock earlier today. This is his 315th tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth. So big shout out there to T-Rock, who is a daily tournament player. We have almost two tournaments a day here, 7 days a week. I think 2 tournaments a day except for Wednesdays. We have that noon free roll every day that T-Rock enjoys playing in and does well in. And it seems like just yesterday we were putting a picture of his on Facebook for his 150th tournament. And we've doubled that since then. The man loves his tournament poker, and we love him being here at Poker House Fort Worth. Let's look at some of the play styles here. Mike Kirker, loose aggressive. That's right, he's probably got the highest VPIP there, playing the most hands. Paul, Andrew, Thomas, hanging out down more towards the net range, letting the tournament come to them. T-Rock defending when he has the money in, but not putting much of it out aggressively. And Sham, kind of right where you want to be at tight, aggressive stage of this tournament, meaning that when he does get involved, he's pretty aggressive, but for the most part, he's doing a lot of folding. And when you have that kind of chip stack, there's nothing wrong with that to kind of let the field weed itself out. Thomas, Queen 10 offsuit, going to call out of the hijack. T-Rock going to defend his button with the King Jack suited. And Sham going to check his big blind option. So we're going to go 3 ways with this flop of 9-4 deuce. No help for anyone here. Let's see if anybody wants to be the aggressor here. Checks all around to a turn. 4 on the turn, still no help. Sham's got the chips. Let's see if he wants to put them to work. And it is going to put it to bet, and it is going to take that one down. So again, the power of the big stack. Six people here at this feature table, which means we've got at most 7 on the outer. So we're already down to 13 out of 18 players, guys. We're going to be getting down to the final table quickly in this thing. Again, this stream is on a 15-minute delay, so I can't see exactly how many players we have left in the tournament without a possible 15-minute spoiler. T-Rock here in the cutoff, loosening it up a bit. Just going to call with the 20,000 with the Queen 9 suited. Sham and the small blind pocket 3s. Look for him to put some of those chips in the middle and defend and go set mining. And Paul in the big blind waking up with a real hand. So we're going to go 3 ways here. Ace 10 versus pocket 3s versus Queen 9. Ace on the flop, catapulting Paul to the leader there. He's not going to waste any time here, middle position, but he's going to go ahead and bet out 50,000. T-Rock not catching a part of that. And Sham may peel here. You could see him. It's 50,000. He's got the chips for it. Could maybe turn a card, but I'm pretty sure he knows that Paul's not going to do any kind of betting there without that ace. And he does let it go. So he thought about to see if he could just stick around for 1 more card, but couldn't quite convince himself, and I don't blame him. You see Sham there in the 5 seat, over 1 million in chips. Definitely a chip leader here at this featured table, but my kicker, 1 good pot away from him, sitting at almost 780,000 in chips. And then the discrepancy gets large there. So some of these other players are going to have to find a spot to get involved whenever kicker and Sham are not, or pick up a hand and get some of those chips that they have accumulated. Allison saying, go Sham, that's right. Got some Sham fans in the chat, got some kicker fans. I can see the chats from YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, so feel free to root on your favorite player and give them a shout out. I'll let them know they're being watched in the chat online. Paul's going to raise this one up to 70,000 with pocket 10s. Going to get not Eddie to fold there. He had limped in. So Paul there with the aggression picks up some chips there uncontested. Quite a few viewers across all 3 platforms. Like I said, feel free to let me know in the chat who you're rooting on. Got a buddy that's still left. We've got 6 here at the feature table, so no more than 7 on the outer table. So we're either at 12 or 13 players at this stage here. Trying to read the cards there. T-Rock gonna be the first one to act here. Hand number 29 on this day 2. All these players in the money. made it into the top 12% in whichever flights they chose to play in. Sham here going to put some chips to work as he is in the cutoff with the Queen 6 suited. Going to raise this one up to 65, try to pick himself up some blinds here and use that big chip stack. And it's going to work as the blinds don't wake up with anything worth defending. And so Sham continues to stack chips. We got fans of all kinds of players here. That's pretty good. Lots of people tuned in with different people they're rooting on. It's good to see when everyone has their own fans in the chats. We've got some Sham, Not Eddie, Paul. Got some kicker fans. Speaking of kicker, under the gun here, waking up with Pocket King is going to be raising this one up. Looks like 55,000 to play. And Sham here with the decision. You know, the two big stacks don't necessarily want to collide that much, but he knows that my kicker has the ability to play kind of lightly to try to pick up some blinds. So Sham might try to fight back here a little bit with the ace-jack. He capped his cards with his chips, but he's thinking about it. He's going back and forth, and he does make the fold. So good fold there by Sham. You never know, kicker could be getting out of line. He definitely has that capability to play a little loose and aggressive. But there's no reason to necessarily tangle with the only chip stack at the table that can really put a hurting on you. But my kicker is going to get this one all the way through and pick up some blinds here. Let's see if he chooses to show it. Yep, he does. He showed the Pocket King. So he was, I think that was more for Sham there to say, hey, big stack, you don't necessarily have to come after me, buddy. I'm playing serious. Especially with Sham right on his left. Tough spot there for my kicker, but he's done well with it so far. When you've got the chip leader sitting on your left, you definitely have to tread a little bit more careful.
Glad I did not do that.
Sham gonna make the fold here under the gun. Paul and the hijack looking at King Queen. He played Queen 10 a couple times, so he's not really afraid to put his chips in the middle. King Queen good enough there in the hijack to raise it up to 40,000. It's going to get through to the blinds. T-Rock has let his go. Kicker lets his go as well. So Paul there doing well. He's pushed him, put him close to 350,000 in chips, which is by no means super deep, but none of the players are here with the blinds at 10 and 20,000. The only good thing they have going for them is the blinds are 30 minutes long in this tournament. It's a good player-friendly tournament, able to fold quite a few hands and not be too forced by the blinds. Paul here going to be the first one to act under the gun. Looking down at 10-3, throws that one into the muck. Thomas and Not Eddie letting it go as well. T-Rock folding his button. Kicker reaching for some chips and going to complete the small blind against the big stack with King 5 suited versus Sham's 10-9. Dangerous territory here. The two big stacks in an unraised pot going to a flop. It's a tough place to be. Anything can happen. Kicker does flop a pair, makes the bet, and Sham getting out of the way. So, like I said, it's a tough spot to be in because Kicker limping in against the big stack there. You can't really put the big stack on anything when you don't force him to put in any more money. And Sham could have had a jack deuce there and flopped 3 of a kind. And Kicker wouldn't have had any indication to know otherwise until it was too late. Thomas here looking down under the gun, letting his cards read there. Queen 8 offsuit. Looks like they're going to be going into the mug. Not Eddie. Had that one hand he jammed with, but he's playing patiently, waiting to pick up another one to put all the chips in the middle with. My kicker wants to play his button, King 7 of hearts, but he's going to raise this one up this time. Try to get a better read on his opponents, where they stand. Sham in the small blind doesn't choose to defend, and Paul getting out of the way. So kicker there picking up some more chips with his raise on the button. Now we are at the day 2 feature table with an outer table, but we're going to be playing this tournament today here on stream, but that doesn't mean that we're going to stop our regular activities here at Poker House Fort Worth. We've still got our free roll tonight. It's a very busy, fun tournament. Sundays are typically pretty busy here at Poker House Fort Worth with that free roll. I think the last time I was here we had like 5 tables, plus the cash games. Like 7 tables going last time I was here on a Sunday. But we're going to be playing this one on the live stream. So if you are in the area Sunday night, the place to be is Poker House Fort Worth. Lots of action. We have the free roll tournament, and then we have, like I said, our cash games, obviously, and you can root on your favorite player. Not Eddie picking up a queen 10 offsuit under the gun, put in his stack of 105,000. It's going to fold all around to Paul. And like I said, it's a lot of money for Paul. It's almost half his stack. So that's the good thing that Eddie, has going for him is he's got enough to put a dent. And so these players are really going to think about this all in. And here's Thomas with a pocket pair. Does he want to gamble here? See, he's even going to lay down a pair there. That's the good thing about not Eddie choosing to put in his whole stack rather than just a raise. Shows the queen and nothing else to the table. Let him think he had ace queen or pocket queens. But whenever you get into tournament play and get down towards the end, you start getting short stack compared to the blinds. You don't want to let yourself get too short to where when you put it all in, you're going to get called by 2 or 3 people just because you don't have any chips. Not Eddie there putting in his stack while he's still got quite a few bullets left in it to make everyone really think hard about calling him down, not letting himself get too short. T-Rock here going to be the first one to act, looking down at 10-9 offsuit. Not going to play that there. Kicker reaching for some chips, wants to raise it up with a king-jack. Looks like he's going to make it 45 to play. Sham waking up in the cutoff, pocket 10s. Definitely going to be seeing a flop with this one. Could be reaching for some raising chips, and he does. 110,000. So 3-bet there by Sham. And Paul on the button, ace-king suited. This is a big decision, and he's going to make it, all of it. 297 into the middle. Big play, and there's Thomas king-queen into the muck, another big hand. So a lot of kings are gone there for Paul, unfortunately, needing to run down those pocket 10s. Not Eddie lets it go. And my kicker, he's the one that initially raised, but he's going to let it go, and I don't blame him there. And Sham, he's going to have to call about 170-something thousand more, and he's got the chips to do it. I think he's put in too much. He may have to make this call here, and so you're going to see a race here for Paul's tournament life. Unfortunately, we saw a few kings hit the muck, so that's a few of his outs that are already gone. That's why you see 57-43. Sham really thinking about it. Oh, and he did lay it down. I did not expect that. Yeah, you can tell that Sham is in no mood to give up any of those chips. He put in 110,000. Paul went all in for 297, so it was. I mean, it wasn't quite halfway there, but decided to go ahead and save that money, thinking that Paul's only going to be doing that with pocket pair better than 10s. And he wouldn't be wrong most of the time, I'll be honest. Whenever you have a bet and a raise and then a 3-bet, pocket 10s, it does look like it's going to be behind a lot of the times. So Sham there, I don't hate the laydown. I mean, he put in the 110,000, but when Paul makes that move after it's been raised and re-raised, it looks extraordinarily strong. Better than pocket 10s more often than not. Now it's not Eddie's turn in the small blind. See if he can wake up with his king, queen offsuit, and he catches T-Rock. It's where he can't defend his big blind, picks up his big blind back there, so he's going to stay alive another orbit. But speaking of some of the tournaments, let's have a quick look at this one here. There is the 500 guaranteed lunchtime free roll that I was just discussing earlier, 7 days a week. It's been a pretty fun tournament. We get a couple, 3 tables for that thing. So if you're off work or not doing anything at lunchtime, you can come play a little bit of poker there. Our new freeze out tournament, super popular tournament now. People have been asking for freeze outs Tuesdays at 6:30. That one there, $1,000 guaranteed freeze out tournament. And then of course tonight our $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with the bomb pots, 7 p.m. $1,500 guaranteed tournament. Always super busy here on Sunday nights here at Poker House Fort Worth. And that's still going to be going on, even though we're going to be bringing this one all the way down to a winner. We're going to be live streaming the culmination of this $10,000 added tournament. We're still going to have that free roll. So come on in and play and root on your favorite remaining player. So 6 remaining players. The live stream here is on a 15-minute delay. So while I can look and see who's left over on the outer table, this 15 minutes behind. But we did lose at least 5 players of the 18 that came back to day 2. But these blinds are starting to force the action, as does happen in tournament play. You got to find your spots. And here we have a battle of the blinds again, my kicker versus Sham. My kicker limping in against Sham again. Flopping at best here with a pair of 3s. It's going to go check, check to a turn. A 3rd spade, it does come out. Sham here with the queen of spades. You might see him bet this one out, and he is, as he makes a pair of 6s on the turn with the spade draw. My kicker here has a pair of 3s. He could decide, and he does. Throws out one little chip there, so they're going to continue to battle this one out just a little bit. We're going to see a river. It's going to be the ace of diamonds. I don't think either player is going to give each other credit for an ace, but you still might see a check, check here, and Sham's going to get that pot with the pair of 6s, as my kicker just wanted to see one more river card, but wasn't a 3 or a king. So small pot there picked up by Sham. But you know, kicker needs to be careful, and as does Sham. You know, whenever you have like I said, they've got, between the two of them, they've got 1.6 million in chips, and almost twice what the rest of the table has. Paul's not too far behind. He's got 565,000. But whenever you have the 2 big stacks next to each other in the blinds together, if you don't raise it pre-flop and you don't, if you don't make moves and you just kind of get involved needlessly with the other big stack, it can be pretty dangerous. But this time he does raise it because he's picked up pocket jacks. My kicker, pocket jacks on the button, going to raise it up. Sham gets out of the way. Paul with a pocket pair of 5s wants to see if he can flop one of them. He's going to make that call, so $130,000 pot. Decent sized pot here. Jacks versus 5s. 8, 10, 10. Pretty good flop for both players. See if kicker, no, it's going to go check, check. We're going to see a turn, king on the turn scare card for both of these players. And if kicker checks it here and Paul bets it, nope, it's going to go check, check. Nope, kicker bet it. Okay. So Paul did check it and kicker bet the king, and that's going to be a scare card in a pre-flop raiser's range. And Paul does and makes the lay down, and kicker shows the jacks. That's 2 hands that he's shown. So he's wanting to send signals to the table saying, I am not playing as loose aggressively as I typically do, guys. I am playing good cards. See if he tries to flip that script later on. Hand number 40 here as Winter, dealer here at Poker House Fort Worth, live stream dealer, dealing this feature table of this final day 2. We have an outer table, play down to 9 players, and then bring them all to a final table, and we're going to take you all the way to the winner. Zach with the shout out for T-Rock. I said quite a few people on all 3 platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, all tuned in for this $10,000 added tournament. It ended up being a $23,000 prize pool. A great prize pool for only $130. Sham limped in here on the button. Thomas checked his option on the big blind. He's going to flop. Thought I saw a queen on the flop there. Might correct some graphics here. But if the spades are correct, Sham's going to have the jack high flush draw. I think Thomas has top pair. I'm going to look at the cards again. Like I said, I think the graphics are incorrect. And I think I'm right because Thomas is, there's a ace and a queen out there. Okay, so he did flop a queen. The ace is out there. Could scare him off this one, but Sham is just betting 125,000 into him. Basically put him at his whole stack. And Thomas here just a non-believer. And he does put in the call, all in. So Sham here needing a spade. And Thomas with a big call ahead with the queens. 8 on the turn gives him 2 pair. Spade or nothing, and it's a 5, and Thomas with a big double up there, courtesy of Sham, who put Thomas to the test. And Thomas passed, calling with that second pair queen. And Sham did not make the flush draw, kind of a semi-bluff there on that flop. I don't hate that bet at all, trying to put a man to a test for all of his chips. And Thomas passed with flying colors, calling him down with second pair there. Some notable action here. Most hands won is my kicker, but he's also had the most hands lost. That just shows how much that he has played here at this feature table. But he's got the chips to show for it, showing that he has done pretty well with it. Give you guys just 1 second here. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Had to step out onto the floor for just a moment. Let's catch up on the action here. Looks like Sham bluffed out here, and my kicker's going to look him up with a pair of tens. 375 in that pot there. So, wow, just in time to see a pretty decent pot there shipped over to my kicker. Didn't see the action on that one, but looked like Sham there trying to pick that one up, but kicker sniffed that one out with third pair. So the big stacks are not afraid to go to war. They don't, not worried about the payouts because they are pretty good. 57, a little over 5,700 up top. Pull up the payouts there. 5,750 for first place in this $10,000 added tournament. Like I said, we have 6 people here at this feature table. And we're playing down to a final table where we can see everyone there, but there's going to be $345 min cashes all the way up to 10th place, and then the ladders start jumping from there. 10th place, the final table bubble getting $460, and then when we make it to the final table, there's $690 for 9th place, and then it jumps and jumps all the way up to $5,750 up top. Not Eddie here picking up King Queen offsuit. Again, all in 100,000. T-Rock's going to make the call almost for pretty much all of his stack with the Ace Queen offsuit. So the 2 short stacks going to duke this one out. Not Eddie going to need a lot of help here. A King, Ace Queen versus King Queen. Not Eddie at risk. 3-3-7 on this turn on this flop. There's the Queen. A King and only a King. Not going to happen. And so not Eddie eliminated in this $10,000 added tournament. Fantastic play there by Not Eddie, one of the favorites here at Poker House Fort Worth. I really like that guy a lot. And but got himself some cash for his efforts, making it here into day 2. So congratulations to Not Eddie. And that's going to leave us with 5. So we should be going to the final table any minute now. So don't go anywhere. Things are going to get interesting pretty quick. We are looking at a flop of Ace 8-4, 3 players here. Sham going to bet this one out with his pair of 4s. Nothing for Paul and T-Rock. So Sham getting some of those chips back that he lost over to Kicker. We are really close to being at a final table here at Poker House Fort Worth. We have 5 players here on this feature table. And then we have the outer table going on. As soon as we get down to 9, we will be coming to the final table and bringing you all the way to the winner here, this $10,000 added tournament. Quite a few people across all 3 of our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I can see the chats from all three of the media platforms, so feel free to shout out who you are rooting on, maybe where you're watching from. We put these streams on for you guys and appreciate you guys tuning in to watch. Sham here on the button thinking about it. Reaches for some chips. He's trying to build that chip stack back to where he had it. Gonna raise it up with a King 4 offsuit, hoping that the blinds don't wake up with anything. Paul, unfortunately though, in the small blind, he does let the pocket 3s go. Did not want to put his tournament life on pocket 3s, and do not blame him. Thomas looking at it, King 4 in the big blind. Blinds are 15 and 30, so it's a min raise, but 30,000 is still a lot, and he does go ahead and surrender that one. So Sham there picking up some valuable small and big blinds there. Puts himself back at 700,000 in his stack. My kicker, the table chip leader now with 958,000. T-Rock, the short stack at 260. Kicker here going to be the first one to act, looking down at Jack 9 offsuit into the muck. Let's see if Sham stays active here. Trying to get those chips back that he lost over to my kicker. He was over the million mark. Now he's sitting at about 750,000. As we wait for the graphics to catch up here. Sham puts in a call, ace 8 offsuit. Paul on the button wanting to play it, 6-5 suited. Pretty sneaky hand. And now T-Rock. Big blind, and he squeezes. Just, or did he, no? Yeah, he did. He raised it up just a little bit, and everybody called, okay, let the graphics catch up. Sorry, but we're 4 ways to a flop. All hearts, Sham with the ace of hearts, but T-Rock flopping at best with the, Thomas flopping best here with the top pair queens. Could look and make sure these graphics are all caught up here. And I think they are. I think Thomas went all in. He did, 240,000. Huge bet there. Sham with a real decision. It's for almost half of his chips, but any heart gives him the nuts. Does he want to gamble here? He's still got lots of chips. Does he want to make this call? He's got middle pair and the nut flush draw, and he does want to gamble. So here we go. Thomas, top pair, leading the way with queen 10, and Sham looking for an 8 or any heart to take the lead. You see he's actually ahead in the percentages here. 7 no good on the turn, and a river deuce of hearts, and Sham gets there with the ace of hearts, and we lose Mr. Thomas. Fantastic play there, sir. Got it in good, and Sham just decided, you know what, I've got a pair and a flush draw, and we're going to go with it. And that's the decisions you have to make in these tournaments. And I believe that's going to get us to the final table. Yes, it does. Ross saying, how many people gets paid out? Everybody who made it into day 2 did make the money. Top 12% from each one of these flights made it to day 2 and got into the money. And so these guys are all in the money, just playing for how much money. And I can pull it up here for you. We're gonna get the setup here for the final table. Yep, we're looking at $5,750 for first place. A fantastic payout for only a $130 tournament. But everyone that made day 2 has at least $345 in their pocket. We took the top 12%, rounded up from each one of our flights. We had 18 qualifiers over 3 flights on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So everyone that is here today made some money. And now we're down to the final 9. So the next elimination would get 690. So a pretty good effort there for making a final table. And like I said, first place all the way up to $5,750. Quite a payday for only a $130 tournament. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of compliments on this tournament. The structure, nice long structure, 30-minute levels. All the starting stacks had 30,000 in chips. And then we had the bonus chips for your participation here at Poker House Fort Worth in any of our tournaments or cash games. Depending on how you placed in the tournaments, and for every hour you played in the cash games. So we had a lot of players starting with even more than 30,000 chips. That's why we have so many chips in play, and we're going to get all those updated for you. But we're going to take a quick break here while we redraw for this final table. And we actually had 2 eliminations for what I'm hearing, and so we're actually going to a final table with 8. Is that correct? We have 8? Yeah, 8 players coming back to this final table. So 9th place has already been awarded $690. So 8 players coming back here after this real quick break as we redraw for the final table and all that kind of good stuff. $920 for the next elimination. So almost $1,000, but after that, every place worth 4 figures, which is fantastic for a $130 entry tournament. So this one's been a good one. So stick around with us. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We're now at the final 8 players, and we're going to be bringing it all the way down to a winner here at Poker House Fort Worth Live. Thanks for tuning into YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. and hang in there, and we're going to be right back with you here shortly, and we're going to go from 8 players all the way down to 1, so stick with us. These guys are ready to play. We're gonna get this set up here. Like I said, we have 8 players remaining. 8 players remaining. So $960 for the next eliminated place, or $920. $920, which is a fantastic result for only a $130 entry. And we should be just about ready to go here. Get this set up there. Yep, they are coming over to the table here. As I said, we have 8 players remaining. We had 2 eliminations at the same time, so the final table of 9 became 8. And we're playing for $5,750 up top on this $10,000 added tournament. These players, we had 3 flights, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 30,000 in chips as a starting stack, and then everyone had bonus chips based upon your participation in November for cash games and tournaments. Still quite a few people seen on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and some people in the chat rooms. So definitely send in your comments, questions, or who you are rooting on. Let's take a quick look here over at some of the stuff we have going on. I saw a question earlier. Yes, we are still having the free roll at 7 o'clock. So a little more than 2 hours from now, the guaranteed free roll, the Sunday night $1,500 guaranteed free roll with the bomb pots, is going off like normal at 7 p.m. And so feel free, if you're in the area, to come check that out as usual. It's always one of our best week tournaments of the week here on Sunday nights. Like I said, the last time I was here, I think we had 5 tables and 2 cash games as well. We had a full house here on a Sunday, so feel free to head on over here tonight for that. I don't think the tournament will still be on. Like I said, we still got a couple hours before that tournament starts, and we could still be playing. Depends on how these players want to battle this one out. Also want to shout out our $1,000 guaranteed freeze out tournament on Tuesday nights. One of our newer tournaments here at Poker House Fort Worth. People have been asking for a freeze out tournament to where it's just one life to live, and that's it. And we're having a lot of those in several different markets. The free rolls the freeze outs are making a comeback, so I'm kind of excited about that. And then of course our daily lunchtime guaranteed free rolls. We had I think there was 27 players on Friday for the lunchtime free roll. So these if you have the day off, or if you are you just happen to be in the area, nothing to do at noon, anytime during the week, we have the free roll at lunch. Let's see where we are at here for these players. See Dealer Winter there and myself getting these guys set up. So let's have a quick look at some of these chip stacks. Jeremy, your chip leader, 1.3 million in chips, followed by Sham, who picked up some of those chips that we saw on the featured table right before that there. Get this back up on the screen here, sorry. And we are right into the action. Kicker there picking up ace-4 suited, raised it up in the hijack and got some of the blinds there. So yeah, here we go. 8 players remaining.
What would be your strategy on that milestone?
Playing for $5,750 up top for this first place prize. So my kicker, Sham and Jeremy all over the 1 million mark. Sean in the 5 seat, 650,000. Paul, 435,000. And speaking of the chip leader, Jeremy there under the gun with the king queen offsuit, going to raise this one up. Folds on around to Sham pocket 10s. So 2 big stacks here, going to be duking it out. Looks like he just made the call. Oh, he 3-bet. I can see the chips there now. Yeah, he 3-bet, min bet to 120. That's going to send a pretty big signal back over to Jeremy, especially with Sham, one of the only stacks that can really put a pretty big dent in his. We may see him. No, he's going to defend it. He wants to see a flop. So Sham here going to be in the lead with the pocket 10s and needing to dodge a king or a queen of Jeremy, or he's going to be in the lead on this one. Winter here to a flop 7-7 queen immediately in the window, takes the lead on the pot. Let's see if he keeps the pressure on or if he sneakily checks. He did check, and they both check behind. Ace on the turn. That might save Sham a little bit of money there. No, it doesn't either. It's like Jeremy checked it, and so Sham is going to represent that ace. But Jeremy's reaching for chips, going to be a non-believer here. Wow, so we're going to have a big pot between the two big chip leaders. This hand is not going any way that I thought it would onto a river. Harmless 4, and it's going to go check, check, and they don't want, you're going to see that Jeremy there makes a big call onto that turn. Does not believe that Sham has that ace, and Sham there trying to pick it up and represent that ace. It was a good bet, but a good call there by Jeremy. There's your payouts on the screen. We got Casey, got eighth place there. We'll have to take a look there. Yeah, that's not quite right. We tried, but yeah, that's not going to be right. So we'll get the payouts posted on Facebook. We'll get it figured out. Is if you don't see your favorite player, they unfortunately have already been eliminated, but everyone who made the day 2 have made some money. So we'll get those on Facebook as best as we can. Paul under the gun lets the queen jack go. My kicker getting out of the way as well. Over to Sham. Still just under 1 million chips. Didn't lose a ton in that last pot, but definitely made a good effort at it, but put him back under the 1 million chip mark. Last time he gave a little away, he resumed his aggression to build that stack back, and it looks like he's going to do the same thing here, raising it up to 60,000 with the queen 10 offsuit. Heads up to a flop of the same 2. Let's see if Sham can get some of those chips back. He does flop best here, queen 10. Jeremy checks it over to him. I'd love to see a check out of Sham here just to test it, but he's going to go ahead and reach for chips and try to take what's out there. And Jeremy's not going to be able to come along here. Lets it go. So Sham gets a little bit of money back from Jeremy. I thought Sham might pull out a sneaky check there, but you don't want a king or an ace to come on the turn. So it's good to get what you can. Puts him back over that 1 million chip mark. So the top 3 chip leaders, my kicker, Sham, and Jeremy, both over 1 million in chips. Sean, the 4th in chips, in the 5 seat there, 600,000 in chips. Sean, a regular here at Poker House Fort Worth, fantastic player. Definitely a force to be reckoned with if he gets his hands on some chips here at this final table. Sham here still in action, under the gun +1, going to be raising it up with ace queen. Looks like 68,000 to play. See if anybody else wakes up with anything else. Folds over to Sean on the button with pocket 3s. 60,000, about 10% of his stack to try to hit a 3. Makes the call. And Paul, he's going to defend his big blind with pocket 10s, so his hand's going to be well disguised here with 3 ways going to a flop. Jack, 5, 4, 2 clubs. No one making anything, so Paul's still best here with the pocket 10s. Sham was the pre-flop aggressor, so you may see him bet it out here. No, he decides to check it over to Sean. Sean on the button, reaching for chips. Going to try to take this one away right now. A good size bet there, 90,000. Almost pot, 3/4 pot bet there. Now, does Paul give him credit for the jack? Or does he let the 10s go, or does he want to try to peel one more card? And he does want to see one more card, wants to see if Sean is serious about this. Yeah, and Sham getting out of the way, so we're still going to be heads up. 5 on the turn. It does bring the clubs home. The front door clubs do get there. Paul checks it over. Let's see if Sean keeps up the aggression. He does not. Goes ahead and checks it and tries to see a river, see if he can catch himself a 3. 7 on the river, no help. Immediate check, check. Paul shows the pocket 10s. And decent pot there for Paul. Deciding to test it out there just to see if Sean actually did have that jack or not. Good bet there by Sean, and good call there by Paul. So T-Rock is your short stack. just under 200,000 in chips. The blinds are 15 and 30,000, so he's going to be needing to find a hand to make a move. Philip, newcomer to the feature table here at this final table, 270,000 in chips, and Andrew still hanging in there with 325,000. Hand number 53 here at this feature table, which is now our final table. 8 players remaining, playing for little over $5,700 up top. Paul's going to raise this one up in the small blind and get the big blind there from a kicker with the ace deuce. And Dan in chat says kicker's not there. No, he's there. He's right there on your screen. He just had a redraw here to this final table, got moved over to the 9 seat, but kicker still definitely in with a good healthy chip stack. 8 players remaining. Even Andrew's still at the table. We saw earlier that said his mother was watching. I hope you're still watching. Son is doing well. 8 players left. Next player eliminated just under $1,000. Philip here under the gun, +1, king, queen suited, does make the call. Andrew gonna make the call as well with the 9-6 suited. Now Sean's gonna wake up with the pocket jacks here in the hijack, seeing 2 limpers in front of him. He's gonna raise this one up and probably raise it up pretty big. He's probably gonna make it at least 100. With 2 limpers in front of you, pocket jacks, so he's gonna make it 125. He's gonna try to take out some of that dead money in the middle there. And you could see Philip could possibly go ahead and put in the rest of his stack, knowing that that's a move that Sean could make there with a wider range, kind of a squeeze play. And Philip only has 240 behind, but he could choose discretion as the better part of valor and let this one go. But it's tough to call off your stack with king, queen when your opponent's raised. You could be up against ace, king, or ace, queen real easily. So I don't hate the fold, but I also don't hate the call at the end of the day, because Sean is a very skilled, capable player that could be put in a squeeze play here with a pretty wide range, and you could be well in the lead with the king, queen suited. As he's counting out his chips here to see what he would have behind if he does make the call, if it makes sense to go ahead and put in the rest of the chips. Like I said, I don't hate either decision here. Plus, you have a player acting behind you too, and Philip needs to take that into consideration. And he does go ahead and make that fold, and Andrew's obviously going to make that one. And so Sean there picking up the money in the middle shows the jacks to let the players feel a little bit better about their decision. And Sean getting several big blinds out of that one there, putting him over the $500,000 mark in chips. So some good poker being played here at this final table. Jeremy in the chip lead, the only player over 1 million in chips. He's got almost 1.5. My kicker and Sham both just under the 1 million mark. So Jeremy in a pretty comfortable position. We'll see how he wants to use these chips. Philip ace deuce under the gun, lets his hand go. Andrew and Sean not picking up anything. Jeremy lays his hand down all the way over to Paul in the cutoff, not waking up with anything. Button, nothing. So now battle of the blinds. Sham, queen, jack offsuit. Always looks suspicious when it folds all the way around to the blinds. And Sham's just going to put T-Rock all in. Going to make him put his decision to the test. And T-Rock not waking up with anything lets his 4-3 offsuit go. Sham showed his hand. Let T-Rock know that I wasn't just being a big stack bully. actually had a hand. And so we will move on over. Hand number 56. T-Rock still with 165,000. He's needing to find a hand to defend, get it all in with pre-flop. 165K. About half the table, 3/4 of the table would have a hard time calling that off pre-flop without a real strong holding. But like I mentioned earlier, you don't want to let yourself get too low to where your all-in will almost automatically be called by the larger stacks just to try to eliminate a player, and then you end up getting beat by some terrible holdings.
So I was trying to scan it. What? Is it a fold?
Yeah, Cody, appreciate the kind words, saying it was a great tournament, that he had fun. Last night's the bubble was tough. Yep, it's never ever good to bubble in a tournament, but that's still a great performance. The dealers do appreciate your kind comments. I'll be sure to pass them along. It's been an overall great event here at Poker House Fort Worth. The $10,000 added prize pool made it $23,000. $23,000 on the prize pool, and for a $130 entry, it was a fantastic prize pool for just that little of an entry fee. So looking forward to doing this tournament again. Like I said, almost over $5,700 for first place on a $130 buy-in. It's a great tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth. We had 3 flights, took 12% of the field, and we rounded up a little bit on the 12% to qualify more stacks into day 2. But anybody who did qualify did make the money. The men cashed $345 for their efforts. And now we're down to the final 8, $960 for the next eliminated spot.
Oh, it was before. It was terrible.
I'm sorry, $920 for the next eliminated spot. So still a very solid payday for making it this far. So if your favorite player is still here on screen, they've had a good day. Andrew wakes up with big blind, aces, and no takers. You see him throw them down in frustration, smiling a little bit. That's a tough spot. Get pocket aces at a final table and watch everyone just fold all the way around the table. That's got to sting a little bit there. You see him laughing. It's always stings a little bit, but he still picks up a small blind there, so no harm, no foul to his stack. I guess getting no action is better than getting a bad beat with pocket aces. So off to the next hand. Blinds are still 15 and 30,000. Will be going up fairly soon. It's only going to get worse from here, as tournaments are apt to do. Folds all around to Sham in the hijack. Ace, king, offsuit, reaching for some raising chips. Looks like he's going to make it 60,000 to play. T-Rock, who's needing a hand to defend and go all in with, doesn't pick one up there. Philip on the button, jack deuce offsuit, lets it go. Andrew in the small blind, not waking up with anything. Is there anything for Sean to defend with? Does not, and so Sham picking up a round of blinds there with the raise there with the ace, king. We had 130 entrants into this tournament this weekend. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 130 entries into this tournament. And that's, like I said, that's where that $23,000 total prize pool, because we added 10,000 to the prize pool. That's what made this such a great tournament. Only $130 entry, and it ended up adding $10,000. It's 100 entries worth. So great value tournament. And looking forward to doing it again here at Poker House Fort Worth. We're down to the final 8 players. It's right about 5 o'clock here at Poker House Fort Worth. And if you are listening or watching and wondering, we are having the free roll tonight. Our Sunday night free roll tournament that we usually have on Sundays. That has lots of attendance. Still going on. Sean in the small blind versus Jeremy in the big blind. Sean woke up with king 10, decided to raise it up, and Jeremy plays right back at him with pocket aces. Tough spot here for Sean. Played the aggressor,
blind versus blind, and Jeremy wakes up with aces, 3 bets to 155,000, and Sean makes the call. So this is a very big pot, 300,000 in the pot, and Sean flops a king, and there's no way he's going to be able to put Jeremy here on pocket aces. But Jeremy does make a massive bet, all in and a snap call. Oh no, Sean going to be at risk. Fell right into blind versus blind and into pocket aces. You cannot predict that in any way. Sean going to need another king or a 10 to stay alive here. 3 on the turn, no help. 8 on the river, and a massive, massive pot cooler situation for Sean. One of the most dangerous players at the table, unfortunately fell right into a cooler. And Jeremy increasing his chip stack massively, over 2 million in chips, and eliminating one of the most dangerous players at the table in Sean. So Jeremy, well done, sir. Great timing on the pocket aces. Sean making a play there out of the small blind like he needs to do, but ran straight into the pocket aces. And the players are going to take a short break after that one. That was last time before break. So tough, tough little transition there for Sean. But that's how tournament poker goes sometimes. It was a great play. Had king 10, blind versus blind, raised it up, tried to take down another orbit's worth of blind, and Jeremy just happens to walk up with pocket aces, and you're just not going to expect that. And when you flop top pair shorthanded against just 2 of y'all and all in a snap call, there's not much you can do about that. So Sean eliminated in 8th place, $920, good payday for this $130 entry tournament. And then there were 7, and all the payouts are now into $1,000 plus territory. And we're playing for $5,700 plus up top. And we're going to take you guys all the way there. Quite a few people in the chat rooms. So definitely stay tuned because we're going to be playing all the way down to see who can take down that lion's share of this $10,000 added tournament. And we'll be right back here. So please stay tuned. And like I said, we'll be coming right back. And we are back. As the players are coming back to the table, saw a huge elimination right before the break. Jeremy waking up with pocket aces against Sean. Blind versus blind, no way to avoid that, just cooler situation. Happens in tournament poker, you just have to hope that you have enough chips to survive it, but Sean did not, so a very, very tough competitive player gets coolered and is eliminated in 8th place, so we have 7 left. Pull up the payouts here, because I didn't have it ready. But yeah, $1,150 is the next place, eliminated 7th place. And we're going to be playing all the way down to $5,750 up top. A fantastic prize pool on this $130 entry tournament. It's been a blast, and we appreciate each and every one of you that participated. Over 130 entries that played into this tournament over the course of the 3 flights. And obviously everyone here watching now to see who gets that lion's share of that $23,000 prize pool. So very, very excited to see what happens here. We're down to 7. You see there Jeremy's big stack there in the 7 seat after that cooler situation. My kicker's still pretty healthy. Sham has had a little bit of a roller coaster with his chip stack, but slowly building it back up, getting aggressive when he needs to, and made a couple big laydowns. Sham, a very experienced tournament player here at Poker House Fort Worth. And we're going to be back underway right out of the gate. Andrew on the button, ace jack, puts in his 295,000 stack and immediately folds from the blinds. So a good pickup there by Andrew, getting another orbit to survive. Like I've spoken many, many times and continue to say, you don't want your stack ever to get too low to where you get those automatic calls from the bigger stacks. And he's still got more than enough chips to get most of the table. Lots of thoughts about calling 300,000 in chips. So Philip and T-Rock, both under the 200K mark, need to find them a place to make a stand. But each one of these players over the $1,000 payday. So congratulations to these last 7 players, beating 123 other participants. As hand number 61 folds around, Paul in the small blind reaching for some chips, going to raise this one up, try to take away Kicker's big blind. Let's see if Kicker wakes up with anything to defend with. It's like Paul raised it up to 115,000, big raise. Blinds are 20 and 40. 20 and 40, and Kicker's got ace-7 offsuit. Pretty decent hand when it's fold around blind versus blind, but Paul does not look like a guy that gets out of line. But Kicker's gonna defend. Wow. So we're gonna have a over 200,000 chip pot here. Big swing for both of these players. My Kicker in the lead with ace-7 offsuit, a deuce-6 king flop. So Paul is gonna flop top pair here best. And let's see if he continues betting here. He does, and Kicker has to let it go. Was ahead pre-flop, got his money in right, but Paul flops the king, and that was the end of that. So big pot there for Paul, much needed. Kicker should still be over the $500,000 mark. Oh, and way over. I'm sorry, he's got 850K in chips. So Kicker definitely has plenty of chips to play some poker here. Philip and T-Rock, the only 2 players really needing to decide when to make a stand. And some guy in Sean saying that Sean is terrible. I have to disagree, Sean. Yep, Sean ran into a cooler right before the break. A tough one there. But like I said, the rest of the table certainly has to be happy about one of the better players getting coolered off the table. Increases their chances dramatically. This hand here is going to fold all the way around to the blinds again, and Kicker picking up a decent hand in the small blind, going to raise it up huge with ace jack and Sham ace queen. Two big holdings, blind versus blind blood again. These are the tough situations. Sham knows that Kicker is going to be able to do this with a lot of holdings, just trying to squeeze the big blind out of their hand. But Sham is way good here on this one, so we're going to see how he wants to play this here. But the problem with this hand is Kicker is not messing around. Kicker does have a great hand, ace jack suited. Seven-handed blind versus blind is raising it up to 120. I'm curious if Sham will make a play back here. They're both fairly deep for the rest of the table comparatively, so there's no reason to go too crazy. So Sham just makes the call, it looks like. So a $250,000 pot here, blind versus blind, both players with great holdings. 5 king 4. The king misses both players, and it's going to be a scare card, so it could slow this one down. Nope, Kicker's going to continue the aggression betting. Looks like 100,000. About a half pot bet here, half pot bet, and Sham here. It's going to be tough for him to continue. It's just a great bet here by Kicker. Yeah, and he does have to let it go. So yeah, Sham decided just to try to see a flop there instead of making a play pre-flop back at Kicker. If the stacks were deeper and the blinds weren't so high, I think you would have seen Sham probably make a play back at Kicker there. Of course, we all know that wouldn't have worked, that Kicker actually had a real hand. But given the stack sizes and the blinds, this stage of the tournament, Sham just trying to see if he can get Kicker to slow down and realize the equity of the ace-queen there. Got Angela and Jack, both Paul fans. Jack says he's got 3K on Paul. Paul not sitting too bad, 765,000 in chips. Kind of right in the middle of the pack. As we are in hand number 63 of this day 2 of the $10,000 added tournament. Everyone that played today was in the money, and we are down to the final 7. Next elimination is over 1,000. Jeremy, the chip leader in the hijack, looks down at Jack 10 suited, going to raise this one up to 80,000. And Sham waking up in the small blind with pocket 9s. Another tough decision here for him. Do you want to 3-bet back at your opponent and bloat the pot, or you just want to see a flop? Looks like he elects to just see a flop without bloating the pot too much, knowing that Jeremy really hasn't gotten out of line today, so he's not going to be doing this with any sort of bad holding. Sham knowing that he's probably got 2 overs at a minimum. Deuce 4-10 on this flop. Jeremy flops just 1 better here against Sham's pocket 9s. Jeremy's going to bet out 120. And Sham here's got to decide if he's going to give Jeremy here credit for a 10 or an overpair. Or does he want to make a stand here with his 10 or with his pocket 9s and put Jeremy to the test? I'd like to see a raise here out of Sham just to really find out where he's at in the hand, and that's exactly what he does. Great move there by Sham, and now you're seeing Jeremy immediately reaching for chips, not going to let top pair go, and that there should send some red flags over to Sham. A board pairing 4 changes nothing on the turn, and let's see, Sham here is going to be the first one to act. He's going to actually be the aggressor here rather than seeing if Jeremy slows down. He's going to keep reaching for chips, and I don't think you're going to see Jeremy go away. Looks like a pretty decent sized bet there, 120-ish, 150 maybe. Oh yeah, 150,000 in chips. Jeremy's going to pause, look at the rest of his stack there, but I think Jeremy's played this hand face up, and he pretty much has the chips to be able to continue to tussle. It's hard to give Sham credit for pocket pair bigger than 10s. He definitely has the chips to spare, so Sham's got to know that he's in tough shape now. Big pot, huge pot. 820,000 in the pot. Now we have 2 pair of 4s and deuces on the board. Still doesn't change anything. We'll see if Sham goes check, check here, and they do. And Sham's gonna see the bad news that Jeremy did in fact have the 10, and the rich get richer. Well played there by Sham. Like I said, he just had to put Jeremy to the test. But Jeremy did in fact have that 10. So massive, massive pot there for Jeremy, and now that chip lead has started to pull away from the rest of the field. Almost 2.5 million in chips, and my kicker second in chips now with under $1 million in chips. So Jeremy now in the catbird seat on this table. 7 players left, 5.7K up top. Next elimination, just over 1,000, 1150 actually. And let's see what he does with his chip stack moving forward. See if he puts it to work or starts to let the other stacks decide their own fate. Hand number 64. No one waking up with much of anything. Folds all the way around to the blinds. Again, T-Rock short stack looking at it 10-4 off suit. Does he want to make a dark play against the other short stack? No, he does not. So Walker getting getting a walk there in the big blind, gets his money back, much needed for him. Him and T-Rock, the short stacks at the table. As you see, there's the chip stacks at the bottom. That's going to bring T-Rock down to about 2 big blinds. Definitely going to need to wake up with a hand here, and because now he's reached that territory of not having enough chips to get anybody to fold. So he's going to have to catch himself a premium here. And we have dealer Kevin in the box. Chip leader going to be the first player to act on this hand. Queen 10. We've seen him play it a few times before, and he's going to play this one as well. Looking to see what the blinds are. Looks like he's going to be raising this one up. Nope, looks like he just called the 40. He's going to limp in against the blinds here. Kind of dangerous to do with the short stacks, but he doesn't have much worry about them jamming. He does have the chips to do it. T-Rock wakes up with suited connectors on the button and puts in the last 90, and I don't hate it one bit. A very versatile hand here. And you're going to get almost a full triple up here. 90,000 in the middle. Jeremy has to make the automatic call with his chip stack. And so a almost $240,000 pot. T-Rock, 6-7 of diamonds versus Jeremy's Queen 10 off suit. T-Rock looking for a 6 or a 7 or a lot of middling cards and diamonds. And 2 diamonds on the flop, ace, deuce, 5. There's the flush and locked up the almost triple up there for T-Rock. Great choice of hands. And T-Rock will go from 90 to 240. Fantastic choice to get it in there on the button. Good timing, so it gives him just a little bit of breathing room.
I like those mid-suited ones.
2%.
Yeah.
2% extra. Make me feel good. Makes me do when they're
Oh, they didn't stop coming. The damn diamonds.
Paul under the gun, 765,000 in his stack. Reaching for some chips, likes the ace in his hand. Looks like he makes the call. My kicker, pocket queens, right behind him, middle position, reaching for some more chips. Let's see what sizing he chose here. 150,000 to play, and Philip waking up with pocket kings on the button. It is just the buttons dreams on all ends here, and he's going to definitely get a caller out of kicker. Philip all in for 195. Kicker with pocket queens makes the call for a few more chips, and you're going to see the bad news, and I think somebody folded a queen as well, so I think kicker's got maybe one out. But you never know. Spades are live. Is it dealer Kevin here verifies the chip stacks, and Philip all in with pocket kings against my kicker's pocket queens. Kings are the hand at risk, but well ahead of the pocket queens. Kevin to a flop 8, 6, 10, no help for the spades. So we're looking for the last remaining queen, does not get there. So Philip a good chip up as well. Tough cooler there for my kicker, but still has a healthy stack of almost 800,000 in chips. So not too much blood there, but Philip and T-Rock both staying alive. The short stack getting some much needed chips. And with that call also, that's going to put Philip at 490 in chips. So these guys are more than alive right now. And so now I believe Andrew is going to be the one needing a little bit of help. Still got plenty of chips. Blinds are 20 and 40, and he's still at a little over 200K from what I thought I saw. Yeah, he's got 295K and T-Rock at 240K. But Philip climbs his way out of the basement to get back to almost 500,000 in chips to get to see a few more hands. My kicker here under the gun, king, queen suited, makes the call, limps in. T-Rock here with pocket eights, 240,000. He elects to make the call. Try to see a flop with the pocket eights there. Philip and Andrew both getting out of the way. Jeremy completes the small blind with the ace-5 offsuit, and Paul checks his options 6-5. T-Rock here in the lead, but looking to dodge a lot of cards. Is the short stack, needs a good flop, would love to see an 8, and there it is right in at the middle, and my kicker having the top pair queens. This could cost him some more chips. No one has the diamond draw, but goes check check. Kicker is going to bet 100,000 as he should into this pot with the top pair king kicker, and T-Rock going to sit here and take his time, but he's not thinking about anything but all in, and there it goes. And 200,000, so kicker is probably going to be forced to call this one off after already putting in 100,000, having top pair with the king kicker. And so that's going to be 2 hands in a row where my kicker is going to lose some chips to when he kind of has no choice but to put it in. Letting the graphics catch up here. And my kicker thinking about it, but I just don't think there's any world where he can fold this, and I think he knows it. But I think he knows it's probably not good, given the source of the all-in.
You know what they're acting like.
And you never know. He may decide to save the 100K, but he doesn't. He goes ahead and makes the call, yeah. He was waiting on Paul. He wasn't thinking about it too hard. I didn't think he was. There's no way he can fold with that holding after putting in 100,000. So T-Rock way ahead, way ahead here on this $600,000 pot. T-Rock has definitely put himself in a great position to be way up from where he was. There's another queen, so there's some outs, and the 4 gives queens full of 4s. Oh man, kicker goes runner to eliminate T-Rock. Got it in at 92% or better. And my kicker goes runner with the sheepish smile, knowing that he got extraordinarily lucky there on that run out. I wasn't even expecting it. I was looking at my notes. He was so far ahead, and goes runner, bigger full house to eliminate a legend of poker tournaments here at Poker House Fort Worth. T-Rock fist bumps all the way around, over $1,100 for his performance here, getting 7th place. What a run out. Kicker did nothing wrong, and neither did T-Rock. Flopped a set, and kicker bet it and couldn't fold for just 100,000 more, and goes runner against a fixture of Poker House Fort Worth tournament play. Again, I said it earlier in the broadcast, over 300 tournaments on location here for T-Rock. Just a fixture of poker here at Poker House Fort Worth, and made a fantastic deep run into this tournament. and awarded 7th place in pretty gross fashion, but there's nothing that you can do about that. Got it in at very, like I said, I think it was at 94 or 96% against my kicker, but my kicker does what my kicker does sometimes and goes runner for the larger boat and takes down that pot there, eliminating T-Rock in 7th place. And I'll get that number for you exactly here. $1,150. Fantastic performance to Mr. T-Rock, a well-liked and well-known player here at Poker House Fort Worth. Philip looking down at Ace Jack of Diamonds, makes the call. Folds on or out. Oh, Jeremy makes the call in the cutoff with the ace of 4 offsuit. Sham checking his big blind option here, so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Philip ahead with the ace jack offsuit. 4, 6, 9 all hearts. No players holding a heart, so to the aggressor may go the spoils on this one. Jeremy reaching for chips. He has the spare ones. The chip lead, massive chip lead at this table, does make the bet, and it's going to go fold.
It was how much?
1,100. Oh, I did one more hundred.
Yeah. I thought something was wrong. Let's count it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20, 30, 40, 45, 50.
Thank you. Hey. I had trip 8s. I went all in with a pair of 4s on the board. Queen came with a queen out there too. 4-4 queen and something else. And that queen hit the river.
Paul here in the cutoff pocket 8s. Looks like he's going to raise this one up to 100,000. Blinds are still 20 and 40, so a pretty sizable raise to a lot of these guys. And Philip has gotten some chips, but not quite enough to play queen jack offsuit in the big blind. So Paul there picks up some chips and it puts him over the 700,000 mark. We'll take a look here at the chip counts. There's definitely been some shift in chips, but Jeremy is still well ahead, having the rest of the table they're almost covered. It's not quite covering the rest of the table, but pretty close. I believe there's a little over 5 million chips in play, and Jeremy's got 2.4 of them. My kicker at 1.1 over the million mark. Paul 725,000. Sham at just under $500,000. Philip just a little over 400,000, and Andrew is still alive, quietly laddering up here in this tournament. A short stack and still almost 300,000 in chips. Hand number 71 folds around to Sham on the button, who's going to try to steal some blinds here in these shorter stacks. Goes along with 5, 6, 7, and Philip and Andrew are not waking up with anything at all. So Sham making a good position raise there to pick up an orbit worth of blinds from the short stacks. Still quite a few people in YouTube land, Facebook land, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to these live streamed events. I can see all of the chats from all the platforms, so let me know who of these final 6 are you rooting on. I know Andrew's got some fans out there. I know Kicker's got some fans out there. I've got some people rooting on Paul. Is anybody a Philip fan? We love Philip here at Poker House of Fort Worth. Folds around to him on the button. Queen 9 lets it go into the muck, and there goes Andrew's chips into the middle, 9-7 suited, hoping that Jeremy doesn't wake up with anything. It's tough when you have the largest stack at the table directly to your left. He's going to call you with pretty much everything, and this time he's got an ace, so he's definitely going to be calling Andrew. So Andrew at risk. Trying to get a double up courtesy of the chip leader with the 9-7 suited going up against the ace-5. Jeremy happened to wake up with an ace. So Andrew at risk. 9-7 versus ace-5. Andrew looking for a 9 or a 7 or lots of clubs. Dealer Kevin on this flop. King 8-7, a pair of 7s for Andrew, takes him to the lead. 6 on the turn. He's got to dodge some straight outs, but he does so. It's 7s and 8s with a king, and Andrew gets the full double up and stays alive here in the tournament. Courtesy of Jeremy, and the ace for the chip leader had to make that call. So Andrew waking up with a good one at the right time. And I like the shoves with the suited connectors. Gives you a lot of ways to win the hand. And that one there was good enough to keep going here. So we still have 6 players remaining. Next elimination is worth $1,380. $1,380. And $5,700 up top still. $5,750 up top. Philip here in the cutoff lean down to pocket 7s. He's got 390 in chips, kind of an awkward stack size for a 20 and 40 to be able to raise. He does put in 100,000 of them though, about a third of his stack in the middle. And Andrew right behind him, pocket 6s. Oh no. Does he want to put these newfound chips to work, or does he want to savor the newfound chips? 100,000, so it's almost a quarter of a stack. And he does make a great laydown there, Andrew. Great laydown. A lot of people are just going to go ahead and put that one in there, but you just got those chips, buddy. Hang on to them and find a better spot, and that's exactly what he does. Paul's going to make the call here, though, being in the big blind, not so much more to him. Queen, jack offsuit, coin flip situation here. Philip looking to dodge a queen or a jack. Unfortunately, he runs right into 2 jacks on the flop. And Philip's going to ship it in and get snapped off. Tough there for Philip. Just taking a chance, hoping that Paul missed that flop. Unfortunately, that flop hit him square in the nose. And 7 and only a 7 is going to save Philip, and does not happen. So we lose Philip in 6th place here in this tournament. And like I said, just taking a chance there that Paul missed that and trying to pick up that pot. But unfortunately, Paul had it waiting. So good play there by Philip trying to pick that one up, but unfortunately, Paul had the goods. So then there were 5 players remaining. Jeremy sitting at 2.17 million in chips. Paul at 1.1. Kicker has worked his way up to 1.1 as well. Sham right at $500,000, and Andrew at 430. So by Andrew folding those pocket 6s and letting that confrontation happen, he just made himself at least almost $300 extra. As Philip got eliminated in the hand, Andrew made a great laydown, and the elimination happened, and he ladders up again. It is a war of attrition in poker tournaments. Gathering up the blinds, surviving, letting other people get eliminated, and laddering up. And that is exactly what we are doing. $1,610 for the next elimination. 5 players remaining.
Yeah, he got his mic.
After that, my phone didn't come back for it.
Oh, well, I'm glad you came back.
Andrew here going to be the first person to act here in hand number 75, 10, 8 offsuit, probably going into the
Go
month.
watch it and see.
Jeremy wants to see a flop, as a chip leader sometimes will. Puts in the call. Oh, he raised it up. Yeah, so he's going to put those chips to real work. And it's going to get Paul and my kicker to fold. And now it's up to Sham in the big blind. Does he want to put in 40 more with a king deuce offsuit? It's 10%, almost 10% of his chips. Not a whole lot at this stage. See if he's reaching for chips. See if he wants to defend, and he chooses to. So we are going to be heads up. Sham out of position. Deuce 9-7. He flops the best of it with a pair. Tough to do five-handed. Let's see if he has any confidence in it here. I think he knows that if he checks that Jeremy's going to bet, so I think Sham's going to set his own price here rather than checking over to Jeremy. And it's going to be, looks like 75,000. And that's going to be enough. Jeremy's going to lay it down, and Sham there takes down that pot. So good choice to defend the big blind and to lead out on that flop. Like I said, I don't think there was a world where he felt like he could check it there. Needs to set his own price. And there you see me whispering in Kevin's ear and telling him to get out of the box. He's destroying my stream. He was doing awful. I told him to get out of the way and get Winner back in there. Not really, but it's funnier that way. 5 players remaining. Yeah, Jack, your bet on Paul's looking pretty good. He's playing solid poker. All 5 of these players have made some good plays, some good laydowns. Definitely a good tournament poker players. There's Jeremy, 9-8 suited under the gun. Looks like he's going to make the call. Wants to see a flop. Sham in the small blind, ace tray. Normally, I think you'd see him raise here with the ace, but with Jeremy being the chip leader, I think he's going to elect to call, which he does. And Andrew's going to check his option. So 2 players sharing an ace. You got Sham, ace tray, Andrew, ace 6, and Jeremy has 9-8 suited connectors. 5-7 king on this flop. Huge flop here for Jeremy as he flops the flush draw and gut shot straight. No help to Sham or Andrew, so it's going to go check here. 3 of hearts on the turn does give Jeremy the flush. He's going to be betting this one out. It gives a gut shot to Andrew and a pair for Sham. You could see Sham bet this out here, but he's going to find out really quick that Jeremy's going to call, if not raise. I don't hate this play. Sham trying to pick up a pot there. Oh no, and Andrew's going to jam. Andrew's got the nut flush draw and a gut shot straight draw, and he puts in almost 400,000 in chips, and Jeremy snap calls. So Andrew hoping to maybe take that one down. Does not happen as Jeremy, the chip leader. What am I looking at here? It should be hard unless, yeah, there's the flush. So Jeremy, who turned the flush, and Andrew tried to buy that pot there, but unfortunately the timing was off as Jeremy was already home. And Jeremy just continues to knock them out one by one. The chip leader gets bigger, but fantastic performance there from Andrew, getting that 5th place finish, $1,610. So Mama, I hope you're proud in chat. He did a fantastic job here for this tournament and is taking home just over $1,600 for his efforts, and congratulations to him for that. Yeah, he had the nut flush draw trying to pick it up there. It was a semi-bluff, but unfortunately Jeremy was already there. He had a gut shot and the ace-high flush draw. And the pot was pretty decent. Take a stab at it. In the very next hand here, Sham waking up with pocket kings, raises it up pretty well, but nobody's home in the blinds, and picks up the blinds as they fold. But yes, well done by Andrew. $1,610 for his efforts, getting 5th place out of 130 poker players on this $10,000 added tournament. Well played, well done. Definitely will probably see him back here more at Poker House Fort Worth with his great performance. Pocket kings have migrated across the table over to Jeremy's stack in the small blind. Oh, and he just limped in, playing it very sneaky. Jeremy limps in with pocket kings. Paul checks his option. Deuce 6-3. Luckily for Paul, doesn't catch anything on this flop. Jeremy's still playing coy, trying to give Paul something to bite. It doesn't happen. Shows the kings. Well played there by Jeremy. Definitely a a more dangerous play, but when you have that kind of a chip lead, it's a perfectly great play to try to let your opponents catch enough to put in the rest of their chips, and then you can show them the pocket kings. So Jeremy, very heads up intelligent poker there to slow play those kings to try to trap John, but just did not happen, luckily for John. Sham getting out of the way under the gun. Jeremy now on the button with another ace. Ace at 6 suited this time. He's going to raise this one up, reaching for some raising chips, and it's going to go snap, snap, fold. So some more blinds there for Jeremy. Now, Andrew, you played a fantastic tournament. Andrew in the chat saying that he might have should have raised it pre-flop, but that was fun, no regrets, and that's what poker is for, especially tournaments like these. It's fun is the first and foremost to enjoy yourself playing poker, and for a $130 tournament, the return that you got out of that was fantastic, over $1,600 for your efforts. And so yeah, no regrets is definitely true. And like I said, you still were alive when you got your chips in, and that's what matters in this game. So well played, sir, and I'm glad that you did enjoy yourself, and cannot wait to see you back here at Poker House Fort Worth. And congratulations on your finish. So Jeremy raised this up with pocket 5s. Paul calls with pocket 3s. A 5 on that flop goes check, check, as Jeremy's hoping that Paul catches up and makes a little bit of something. Check, check again, no help. Paul not making a 3. Jeremy's going to try to make some money out of it, and Paul's going to let that one go. As Jeremy twice now has had a monster trying to play sneaky, but no one taking the bait. You know, during one of the breaks, I was speaking to another one of the players, and they told me that Jeremy, at some point, had 11,000 with very few players left in one of the flights. So Jeremy was definitely down to the felt at one point, and here he sits now four-handed with over half the chips in play. That's how quickly it can all turn around. Paul here under the gun, ace 10 offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. Folds around to the chip leader Jeremy, who has ace jack. Jeremy just cannot keep the deck from hitting him in the face as he is way ahead on this one. 5, 8, 7, all clubs. That's going to give Paul the nut flush draw. Jeremy has the jack. May think it's good enough. I like this bet here out of Paul. You've got the nut flush draw. Looks like he bet in a snap call by Jeremy, 150,000. So not a small bet. Paul here looking for a club. 4 on the turn and no help. Jeremy's still ahead with his ace jack kicker. Goes check, check on this turn. 5 still no good, so Jeremy's ace jack is going to be best, and it's going to go check, check, and he's going to see that he has the winner and avoided disaster, as Paul had the bigger club, and the rich continue to get richer. It's going to put him 3.7 million in chip, 3.2 million in chips, and there's just a little over 5 million chips in play. So Jeremy just on a steamroller right now. Let's see if any of these players, Sham, Kicker, or Paul, can do anything about it to stop this heat. Folds around to Jeremy in the small blind. King 10 going to be raising it up, putting pressure on Paul. Paul immediately jams right behind him. Let's see what Paul has. Ace Jack. It's $500,000 in chips, and Jeremy's going to let it go. So great on Paul there to play back. Plays right back at Jeremy and takes that one down pre-flop and gets that little extra chips there from Jeremy. And I don't even hate that raise pre-flop out of Jeremy, but he had King 10, put the pressure on the smaller stacks. When you have those kind of chips, nothing wrong with that play, but good on Paul to play right back at him when he was well in the lead. Sham here, first to act, looks down at ace king and goes and puts it all in the middle. Almost $500,000 in chips, 495. Just wanted to take down the blinds here at the worst. Kind of an awkward stack sizing. Blinds are 30 and 60,000. So less than 10 bigs left. Not much to do there but shove. But he does pick up the small and big blind in equity to give himself another orbit's worth of life. Any one of these players, Paul, Sham, or Kicker, with a one good pot, they can position themselves well here with the 4 remaining players. Jeremy here under the gun finally gets a hand he can let go. Paul on the button not waking up with anything, and now it's Kicker looking down at ace-9 suited of diamonds. He's reaching for some raising chips here, as he should. Let's see what Sham wakes up with here in the big blind. It looks like he does let his 9 deuce go. And so won himself a big blind and then immediately lost it when he was the big blind, but that's what it is for, surviving another orbit. And as the dealer makes some change there. Hand number 85 here at this feature final table. We started with 2 tables, 18 players came back for day 2, all into the money. 345 was the min cash today here on this day 2, and now these players are playing for 1,840 for 4th place, and then the jumps really start to happen. 2,700 for 3rd, a little over 3,600 for 2nd, and 5,750 up top. So lots of money still to be played for here with these final 4 players. Jeremy and Paul headed to a flop. Paul ahead with the ace-10 against Jeremy's king-queen. Battle of big blind and under the gun. It goes check on this flop. 9 on the turn, still no help. Open-ended Paul here. See if he wants to make a bet. I don't think Jeremy will be able to continue, and he does not, and that's exactly what happens as Paul makes a great bet there, picking up the open-ended draw there on the turn. Paul gets some much needed chips there, creeping towards that 900K amount. Napalm, I appreciate the kind words on my commentary. It's been a great game to be able to commentate for. Ross, yes, the free roll. Spoken about it a little bit on stream, but the action's been so fast and furious, haven't had much chance to talk about it anymore. But the free roll will be tonight in about 1 hour. We're still going to have the Sunday night $1,500 guaranteed free roll with the bomb pots, one of our best weekly events. Lots of action on Sunday nights here at Poker House Fort Worth. Kicker here under the gun looking down at an ace. Can we raise this one up? And it's going to get through everybody but Paul onto the big blind. Wants to see a flop with his king-7 of diamonds. We're going to go heads up here. Kicker in the lead with the ace-6 to a flop of 10-8-8. No connection from anyone. Let's see if Kicker continues the aggression. Paul's going to be the first one to act. He checks it, and Kicker does go ahead and make that bet, as he should, being the pre-flop aggressor here. Paul looks down, doesn't have much of anything, and wants to maybe posture a little bit to let Kicker know that it can't be that pushed around. Kicker shows the ace and going to take down that pot. But yes, tonight is the bomb pot free roll. For those that don't know, our free rolls we have here at Poker House Fort Worth on Sunday nights, every dealer change, I believe it's every dealer change, they have the bomb pot, just like they do in a cash game. A little twist to the free rolls, a little bit of extra spice, and it's been a lot of fun, and people do enjoy it. But it's a $1,500 guaranteed free roll, going to be starting up here in about 1 hour. So head on down here to Poker House Fort Worth and enjoy that tournament. Like I said, I think the last time I was here, we had 5 tables on that tournament with 2 cash games going as well. Sunday nights are a great place to be Poker House Fort Worth. Lots of action, whether you're a tournament or a cash game player. And we'll see how long these 4 people continue to play. Yep, Ross and Allison are correct. Every level changes the bomb pot. I confused myself. I traveled to all of our poker rooms around the state, and there are a few markets to where it's the odd level changes is bomb pots. So I was trying to think of where I was. So that one was on me, but it is every level change here at Poker House Fort Worth. We do the bomb pots, and it's a lot of fun. People really enjoy it. And like I said, the pots do get up there. Lots of participation for that tournament. Sham, Kicker, John, and Jeremy, the final 4 left here in this $10,000 added tournament. We had 130 players over the course of 4 flights. 18 players made it into day 2 and in the money, and we are down to 4. First place prize of $5,750. Next elimination, 1840. So almost $2,000 for the next elimination, but they definitely don't want that. They want that top prize of $5,750. Jeremy and Paul are going heads up to a flop of 9-5-3. No connection, but Jeremy's still ahead with the king 6, and Paul's reaching for chips. So great bet there by Paul. Picks up that pot there from Jeremy. So these players are definitely navigating their way well around the big stack there for Jeremy. Jeremy was catching some cards and tough to beat, and definitely tough to play when the chip leader has all the chips and the cards. But no one's completely in all-in or fold territory just yet. Still a little bit of poker to be played. Speaking of poker, Sham on the button. Pocket queens, 400,000, just goes and puts it all in. See if the smaller big blind wake up with anything to race down with. Paul looking down at ace 8, thinking about it. He's got 900,000 in chips. Sham's all in for 400,000. He's thinking about making this call here. He's counting out the stack to see what he would have left. He does know that Sham could be doing this pretty wide here on the button, trying to pick up the blinds. So Paul may feel like his ace high is good here. Sham could be doing this with a lot of holdings, putting pressure on the blinds. He does go ahead and make the fold, but I don't blame him for taking pause on that. Sham had the goods definitely, but like I said, could have been doing that with a lot of holdings, trying to steal away the blinds. His range could have been pretty wide there, and ace high could be good, but Paul decides to go ahead and let that one go, as he's not sitting bad on chips. There's the luck distribution. I'm still not real sure what the software does on this luck distribution. I'm assuming it goes by possibly what your percentage is starting the hand and if you win the hand. But Jeremy definitely has the best of the table so far. Sham under the gun, ace 6 suited, decides to really try to steal some blinds now and goes all in. And his guess is correct, as Kicker and Paul don't wake up with anything. So Sham there picking up 180,000 in chips right there, just in blinds the last 2 hands, catching some cards and playing them accurately and building it up there. So he's got 585,000 in chips, which is going to give pretty much everyone else at the table pause before they call off that stack. Over, like I said, over $500,000, and that's going to put a dent in almost any one of these stacks, even Jeremy's. So he's built himself some fold equity here. Paul now on the button, waking up with pocket 7s, reaching for some raising chips. Announces raise. Kicker getting out of the way. Let's see what Sham wakes up with. Nothing at all. So Paul's going to show the pocket 7s, showing that he had the cards, and it was his turn to collect some blinds. The blinds are 30 and 60,000, so 90,000 in orbit for these players. They definitely have to make some moves. They can't sit on this forever, but one of the great things about this tournament is that the blinds are 30 minutes long. It was a very good deep stack tournament with long blinds, lots of poker to be played, and it definitely shows as these 4 that are left. Really, the whole final table was just strong poker players, and your stronger poker players tend to rise to the top whenever the blinds are adequately long enough and the structure's good. You see a lot of better poker being played, a little less gamble needing to be done because you have the time to have discretion with your hands and choose your positions and your hands accordingly. And it's been a fantastic tournament, and lots of people had lots of compliments about the tournament. We cannot wait to do it again soon. And not to mention the $10,000 added to the prize pool made it a fantastic ROI tournament. A great prize pool, $23,000 prize pool for just $130. Just made it a great tournament overall, and it's definitely been a blast. Battle of the blinds here. Paul, top pair on a monochrome hearts board. Going to bet this one out. Jeremy's going to fold out of the way at not having anything, and so Paul's going to pick up some more chips there and creep up on that million chip mark. In fact, he just crossed it. So Paul slowly battling back, getting it back up over 1 million. Drews, we are definitely we have a lot more hardware coming. We do have the table mics. We're waiting on a few pieces. There's a lot of stuff coming for this stream. We're just getting everything lined up. We have had lots of support from the players, lots of viewers. There's lots of viewers right now. We enjoy putting on the streams. Our players enjoy being on the streams, and we've had some great entertaining streams. We're just trying to get a few more hardware pieces in to take this thing to the next level, and we're truly excited about it. But we can only do it with you guys being as supportive as you have been and enjoying the streams as much as you have. So we're more than happy to make this definitely better each and every stream, and it is coming. That's the best I can say. Jeremy here under the gun, going to raise this one up, try to take some blinds, and does do so as Kicker and Sham, but don't wake up with anything. And appreciate the comments there, Drews. I definitely enjoy commentating poker. Don't get to do it very often here at Poker House Fort Worth, as like I said, I travel around the state to all the different poker rooms. We have another stream in Midland, Texas that I can be found on every once in a while. But I spend my time traveling around to Midland, Odessa, San Angelo, Texarkana, just a bunch of different places here around the state to different poker rooms. But I definitely always enjoy coming over here to Poker House Fort Worth here in Burleson. Such a great crowd, such a great player base. We do a lot of fun stuff here. It's just a great room, and I enjoy coming through here and having a lot of fun. And this tournament was one of those trips for me, and can't wait to come back here to Burleson for the next one. Players navigating each other's blinds right now. They're still 30 and 60,000. Drew's here calling for Sham to get some love from the deck. Sham, a fantastic tournament player, knows what it means to be patient and be able to make some good folds. We've seen it here on this feature table for this stream alone. My Kicker here under the gun, looking down at an ace. Ace 9 offsuit, going to be putting in a raise here. Sham, Queen 3 into the mug. Jeremy, in the small blind, decides to complete the raise with Ace 4 suited. Paul getting out of the way. So my Kicker having Kicker wars with Jeremy and is in the lead. Big flop here. Ace, King, Jack, all spades. Neither player having a spade could slow down the action, and it does as it goes check, check. Deuce of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Both players having an ace. You might get some feeling bets here, and there is one. Jeremy with 100,000. Kicker's going to make that call. So unless someone hits something big here, you're probably going to see check, check. 2 pair for Kicker. Didn't need it, but it's definitely going to make it an easier call here as Jeremy is bet pretty big here. 250. Snap call from Kicker, and he bet 200 there on the river. So Jeremy trying to take one more stab at it, but Kicker catching that 2 pair snap call. So a big shift there in chips to Kicker as Jeremy still has a lot of chips, but helps Kicker get a little bit closer. 2.4 for Jeremy, 1.5 now for Kicker. Paul just over 1 million, and Sham 400,000 looking for his turn to get the double up. but it is still anyone's game at this point. Blinds of 30 and 60,000. One good pot here puts anyone right in the mix. As we play catch up here on this hand with the graphics. Once again, we've had a fantastic time with this tournament, and the support this weekend was just fantastic. 130 entries, only $130 tournament, $23,000 prize pool after we had the 10K added. And we are looking at the final four now. $1,840 for the next player eliminated, but that's not what they have their sights on. They have their sights set on that top prize of $5,750, which is a fantastic tournament return on a $130 entry. 3 out of the 4 go into this flop of 5, 7, 8. Jeremy's got a mystery card there. Going to be Paul's going to be betting it out though with the King Jack. My kicker here with the Ace Queen 2 overcards could float here, 125,000. Not a cheap bet, but he does have the extra chips now. He does decide to go ahead and float with the Ace Queen. I don't blame him here, as Paul could slow down on the turn here unless he catches a king or a jack. A board pairing 7 is not going to be it. Let's see if Paul keeps on the pressure on kicker here. No, he does check it. So now's the time when a kicker should bet out about 200,000. And actually, he's looking even for a larger sizing there. It looks like he bet 250. So kicker, they're definitely doing what needs to do there. The flat call there on the turn, taking the aggression after Paul pumps the brakes with the check. And is going to take down that pot. A good sized pot there. Great bet by Paul, trying to feel it out there, seeing if nobody hit any of that and he could take that pot down. But kicker floating with the overcards there and taking the aggression on the turn to take that one down, and puts him just a tick closer to that 2 million mark. Jeremy at 2.3 and kicker edging ever closer with that 1.75 as Paul falls down just to under $1,840,000 in his stack. And Sham now in the big blind, 400,000 in chips. He's got about a little under 400,000 left after putting in that 60,000 in big blind. I'm seeing a lot more talking at the table. I'm wondering if we have some of these players might be discussing some chop options here. I will say that the stream is 15-minute delay, and I haven't been called out of the room yet. So these guys are still playing for a little while. But yeah, it definitely looks like they're possibly discussing some stuff. My kicker here in the small blind, Ace Queen offsuit, gonna raise this one up. Jeremy called under the gun with the King 3 of spades. Kicker puts in a raise to 150. Sham not waking up with anything in the big blind. Let's see if he chooses to defend or not. It was a call and a raise. Yeah, he's going to throw that one to the mug, as he probably should, and Jeremy's going to defend the limp. And so we're going to go a heads up to a flop. Should be a over 300,000 chip pot. So let the graphics catch up here. Hand number 100, Winter, 2A flop, Ace Queen versus King Trey, 7, 8, 9 on this flop. To the aggressor may go the spoils here. Kicker checks it over to Jeremy. Jeremy checks back his hand, makes the check. We're going to see a free turn between the two. Ace on the turn, going to lock this one up for kicker. Let's see if he bets this out or plays it a little slow. No, he goes ahead and makes the bet. Jeremy folds, not having anything. And so kicker takes that one down, and he's just under 2 million in chips now. If there's any kicker fans left in the chat, now's the time to start hyping kicker up. He has creeped within a few 100,000 of Jeremy's chip lead, which was a pretty difficult task 20-30 minutes ago. There's the bad beat we saw on the screen there for just a moment when kicker went runner against T-Rock. Huge bad beat of the tournament for sure, or at least the day 2. I saw some pretty ugly ones in some of the flights. Yep. And there's one of the Mine Kicker fans. Like I said, now's the time. Let them know, and if there's any Jeremy or John or Sham fans, time for them to come back. Sham here in the small blind, 5-4 suited. Looks like he's counting some chips to see a flop here. Wants to see a flop with some pretty capable cards. Jeremy checks his option with King 9 offsuit. 3 Ace 10 all spades. Gut shot for Sham. Jeremy still ahead with the King high. Neither player connecting. Goes check. A 4th spade comes out on the flop. Who wants to represent a spade here? Nobody. It goes check to a river. 5 on the river. Sham actually has the best hand with a pair of 5s. If it goes check, he's going to love it, but it does not, as Jeremy's going to make out a bet, and Sham is going to have a hard time calling here. But the fact that he hasn't folded immediately shows his tournament intelligence. They are 4-handed, and he does make the call. That's exactly what I was just saying. The tournament awareness that sometimes your opponent can just be throwing some chips out there, and he calls him down with just the rivered pair of 5s and no spades. Feels like he could have heard from Jeremy on that flush before that river, and makes the right choice to make that big call. Great call there by Sham, and great bet by Jeremy. You got the chips. You're trying to push around the smaller stacks. A lot of people are going to fold that hand, but Sham, with like his tournament experience, and knowing Jeremy, possibly after playing with him all day, knowing that he probably would have heard of him before then, if he would have had a decent spade or a spade at all, makes that call with just the river pair of 5s to get back over $500,000 in chips. And on the button the very next hand, Ace 4 offsuit, puts in the raise all in, and Paul wakes up in the big blind with Ace King snap call. Tough one here for Sham. Got a long way to come back after that fantastic call. 8-6-6. Sham here looking for a 4 or a board pairing 8 to chop the pot. Queen on the turn, no help. Sham needing a 4 to stay alive, or a queen or an 8 to chop, and a 5, and Sham making a move on the button to try to claw his way back. Steps right into the Ace King of Paul, and that's how tournament poker goes sometimes. After a fantastic play to pick up that pot, to pick up some extra chips, tries to accelerate even further, picking up an Ace 4-handed on the button, hoping that the blinds don't wake up with anything, and unfortunately runs right into Paul's Ace King, and it does not improve. So very good play there for Sham. The very tough player at the table made a great move, but unfortunately just ill-timed as Paul wakes up with the Ace King suited. So well played by Sham, and to all of his fans in the chat. It was a fantastic call with that river paired 5 with the 4 to a flush on the board, and just had the momentum and tried to keep it, but unfortunately it ran into the cooler, and then there were 3. Let's have a look here at this payout board. $1,840 there awarded to Sham for his 4th place finish. Fantastic result on a $130 entry tournament. And 3rd place now, $2,760. $2,760 for 3rd place, $3,680 for 2nd, and the top prize, $5,750. One of these 3 players will be taking down this $10,000 added tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth, and all 3 are more than deserving of it. Some fantastic poker has been played. Good bets, good laydowns, good calls. Just seen some monster cooler hands, which is what happens in tournament play. You're just hoping to avoid those situations. But all 3 of these players remaining have definitely earned their way here. And congratulations to all of them. So We got some, so I got some kicker fans in the chat. A few people rooting on Paul. Yeah, Andrew, it's hard to fold any hand with an ace this short-handed, absolutely, and that's all that Sham was doing there, trying to pick up another orbit worth of blinds. These blinds are 40 and 80,000. They are definitely creeping up there. These players are deep enough that they can afford to fold a few hands. This tournament is made to be more player friendly, so we could see quite a bit of poker still left, but these guys definitely have that clock creeping on them, so they need to start keeping that in mind. Jeremy here in the small blind up against the big blind of Paul. Jeremy raised it up to 190,000 with a queen 7 offsuit. Paul 10-9 offsuit. Reached for some chips, but decided to go ahead and let that one go as the ranges get a little bit wider here, three-handed. You're going to see some players choosing a few more holdings to pursue some chips. Yeah, Josh, your bet on Paul still looking good. 1.3 million for Paul, 1.9 for kicker, and 2.1 for Jeremy. I dare say this is still anyone's game. Blinds are 40 and 80,000, but all three players creeping up pretty close in chip counts. So one good hand could swing things in a major way here. Jeremy here on the button, Jack 8 offsuit, reaching for some chips. Looks like he made the call. And big raise there by Paul, reaching for the stack of the blue $25,000 chips. Looks like he raised it up to 200,000. Kicker now, here's an ace, three-handed. Just like we were saying, it's hard to lay down an ace three-handed. You feel like you're ahead a lot of the time, and in fact, in this time he is. That three kicker could make him second guess the hand, especially since Jeremy called on the button. You've got a call and then a raise from the small blind. He's eyeballing some chips, and when we got a man like Paul stacking his chips that nice and neat, sitting back, crossing his arms, it definitely looks like strength. So kicker here with a tough decision. Really likes having an ace in the hole, but as is his namesake, he needs to consider that three. Looking back, it does lay it down. A good lay down there by a kicker. Jeremy's going to complete as he's already put in the 80,000. Jack 8, lots of opportunities here, so we're going to go heads up on a $480,000 pot. King Jack in the lead over Jack 8. 9 Queen 8 on this flop as Jeremy has flopped the better here, and Paul looking back with the, he's gonna see the gut shot, some running hearts, lots of good turn cards. Jeremy with the same gut shot, but Paul's to the king, and Paul's gonna bet this one out. And Jeremy connects pretty well here, so I don't expect him to fold necessarily, and he does make the call. $250,000 bet. So this pot has ballooned all the way up to almost 1 million. Big swing stack, just like I was talking about here. Big turn card, ace on the turn that could slow both players down. We'll see if Paul wants to continue the aggression or if he wants to check it over to Jeremy here. One more look back at these cards. It's going to be tough to continue here. It'll be a great play if Paul continues on, but no, he does check, and Jeremy's going to take this opportunity to pounce, counting out the blue big chips immediately. Going to be putting out a bet of 300,000 or 325,000 there. So great move by Jeremy, and Paul here is going to have to just let this one go, and he does show his hand and lets it go. So big bet there by Jeremy, big pot. 1.3 million pot after his last bet there, so that was one of those big swings that I was talking about there. Great C bet there by John, but deciding that that was just too much out there to try to continue the hand, and that puts Jeremy back at 2.6 million. Kicker is sitting at 1.8, and Paul 800, just over 850,000 in chips. Dealer Kevin in the box for hand number 107. 3 players left out of 130 runners in this $10,000 added tournament. Paul here on the button decides to limp in with the king deuce suited. Kicker folds out of the way. Jeremy checks his option with the ace 6 of diamonds. Sees a flop of 9-4 jack, 2 clubs. Neither player connecting here on this flop. We'll see who wants to take the aggression on this hand. Jeremy looks back at his hand and puts some chips out. Immediate fold from Paul. And so Jeremy gets his big blind back plus a few more chips. Still lots of viewers here on all 3 platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you as viewers listening and or watching to see who's going to take down this fantastic tournament. It really was a great tournament, a great structure, a great price point, a good price pool. It's definitely one of the my favorites that we've had here at Poker House Fort Worth, and can't wait to do another one as people have kind of seen this one play out and see what a great value of a tournament that it was. I loved the idea of the bonus chips that you would get on your first entry based upon your participation on your cash games and tournaments here at Poker House Fort Worth. Just an overall great event. Kicker here on the button, going to play his position, raising it up to 165,000 with the Jack 10 suited. Paul wakes up in the big blind with the Ace 7, decides to see a flop with his ace, is in the lead here. Pot of 370,000 here as dealer Kevin puts out the flop. 3-10-3 as Kicker has flopped best here with the pair of tens. Let's see if he tries to take this one down here. I could see him checking this sometimes to try to see if he could get some more value out of the turn, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and try to take this one down since he did raise pre-flop. It's a perfectly understandable and good play. Paul here, looking back, thinking his ace high could be good here a lot of the times on these kind of flops, 3-3-10. Kicker is going to bet out almost every holding here, being on the button since he was the pre-flop aggressor. Paul looks down at his chips. 150,000 to come along. He's only got 620. It would be a large commitment of his stack on just an ace high, so he does go ahead and let that go. Kicker very graciously shows him the 10 to make him feel better about that laydown, and stacks up some chips there. So blinds being 40 and 80, it's now Paul's time to try to get something to stick. 620,000 in his stack, needing to find a hand here against these 2 big stacks of Kicker and Jeremy. But one good double up away and he's right back in it. Like I said, it's still by all means anyone's game. Jeremy, the first to act on the button, decides to throw his cards into the muck. Paul with the King 8 of diamonds in the small blind. Taking a little while to consider what he wants to do here. And he does go all in, King 8, and Kicker doesn't immediately fold. He's got King Queen offsuit. I knew when he didn't immediately fold, he had something, and the computer graphics popped it up. King Queen offsuit, and this could be it if he makes this call. He's got Paul here in rough shape. Both players having a king and having the King Queen. He's cutting out the call size. Hasn't put it across the line. Is still contemplating here. King Queen, very strong hand, 3-handed. Paul here is close to desperation mode on his stack, so Kicker has to consider that he's got a pretty decent range to be able to do this here. But he's going to do this with any ace, and of course that's what he's contemplating, because he would be behind. So Kicker here trying to decide if Paul would do this with a King Jack, King 10, King 9, any pocket pair, obviously less than a queen. Kicker would be in a good shape for it to try to get heads up and a good chunk of the chips to be able to battle Jeremy. Kicker is not a guy that likes to fold, by the way. I think his fans in the chat know that. He has 1.9 in his stack. 650 is the all-in. So it's a third of his stack, and he does go ahead and lay it down. Yeah, I don't hate the fold. He has battled very hard at this table here, and John's going to be doing that with any ace, which you're going to be behind on, obviously, with the king queen. As bad as he wanted to make that call, I don't mind the fold. All that he had invested was his big blind, so it is discretion, better part of valor on that one to let that one go. And you saw the smile and laugh. He was way ahead, but I think at the end of the day, all things considered, he is definitely clawed his way here and played well, played aggressively, and doesn't want to give up a third of his stack against any ace. And Jeremy will get the walk in the next hand. Cooper says, "Who is John?" John is the guy in the 8 seat. I'm sorry, not John. Did I say John earlier? Might have been Paul. My bad. When I was talking there, I might have said John. Been a long stream all by my lonesome. I'm trying. Jeremy, still your chip leader, 2.7 million. Kicker's gonna be the first one to act here on the button. Jack 5 suited. Into the muck. Jeremy going to complete the small blind with the queen 8 offsuit. Paul checking his option with the 8-4. Flop of 10-3 deuce. No help to any player. See who wants to bet first here. Jeremy does, and Paul immediately folds. Yeah, Drew, I think you were right. Drew says that if they were suited, he would have snap called. I think, like I said, kicker doesn't like folding, but he's an excellent tournament player, and knew that more than likely Paul was going to be doing that with any ace, and didn't want to put his chips in a third of his chip stack behind an ace. So I think it was a good fold. All he was in for was the big blind. But you could tell he so wanted to call. Jeremy here, first to act on the button. Queen 7 of diamonds reaching for chips here. Looks like he makes the call. Paul folding his king 3 offsuit, and kicker king 5 checks his option in the big blind. We saw one of the kings already getting folded. 9, 7, 9. Jeremy flopping best here with a pair of 7s. Kicker is going to check. Jeremy, who is going to reach for chips, makes the bet. Kicker gets out of the way. And these guys are still playing a little bit of chess. Blinds are 30 minutes in length, so these players do have plenty of play. But one mistake, one cooler, as we've seen here on the feature table and the final table, could change lots of things. Paul here, first to act on the button, is going to see ace 7 of spades. Great hand 3 ways. Let's see if he elects to just limp in or raise this one up. Actually, 2 fists there, all in. Kicker 7 deuce, immediate fold, and immediate fold there from Jeremy. So he's not playing around with that last 600,000. Now it's at 730. See the chips at the bottom of the screen. Jeremy at 2.8. My kicker at 1.8, and Paul at 730. So pretty much 1 million chip jumps between these 3 players. But with the blinds at 40 and 80,000, this thing can go at any time, so don't go anywhere. My kicker here on the button, first act, king queen offsuit, reaching for some raising chips. Let's see if Paul or Jeremy wake up with anything to battle with, and they do not. So kicker there picking up an orbit of blinds, shows his hand, and he was tapping and smiling at the hand thinking, here's the hand I should have called you with earlier. 138 players started this tournament on the weekend, 3 flights, and there are 3. Sally in the chat asking how many are left. There they are. Jeremy, Paul, and Kicker battling out for the last 3 spots in this tournament. $2,760 for the next elimination, all the way up to $5,750 in the next. And here we might see something happen. Jeremy on the button, raised it up with King Jack to 225,000. Paul goes all in with King Queen. Kicker reluctantly folds the ace, and Paul makes the call. King Queen versus King Jack. Jeremy makes the call on the button after raising it up, had to make the call after raising it up, so Paul well ahead here, set for a double up through the chip leader. Jeremy looking for a jack. 8 queen deuce, big hit there for Paul. Now it's going to put Jeremy way behind. Paul's looking for a big double up here, and there it is. No more cards can help on the river, and now Paul has gotten over the million chip mark, and things are going to get interesting. 3 players remaining, and chips are getting tighter. Big double up there for Paul. Let dealer Kevin get some counts here. It's going to put Paul at 1.3 million in chips, Jeremy at 2.1, and Kicker at 1.8. It is officially anyone's game at this point. There's over $11,000 up for grabs between these 3 players. $27.60 for the next elimination, $57.50 for first place. So these guys are definitely not looking to go out next. And these chip stacks are getting more and more evened out here at the table. Paul here on the button going to be the first one to act. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. He reaches into the 1.3 million chip stack. Looks like he's cutting out a call, wanting to play some little suited connectors. Kicker in the small blind, King 8 offsuit, elects to just call. And we're going to have a family pot, all 3 players into a flop. King, Jack, Deuce, 2 hearts. Kicker flopping best with the top pair of kings. Jeremy missing. Paul bottom pair deuces. Goes check check to a turn 9. No help to any player. You may see Kicker bet out here, which he does. And it's going to go fold fold as Kicker picks up that pot there, showing the king. Yep, Drew's the diaper hand, the three deuce. 2.1 million, even 2 million, and 1.3 million. 3 players left. The players are coming up on a break here soon. We found that out if they're taking the full break or not. Should be maybe a 10-minute break. We'll see if they do decide to take the break. Battle of the blinds, King 8 versus 9 deuce, 7-10 jack on this flop here. Jeremy still best. King high goes check check. Kevin puts a turn out of an 8, giving Jeremy a pair. We'll see if he bets this one out. He does reach for chips. And Paul picks up the straight. I didn't even see that. I was looking at the pair of 8s. So how does Paul like to play this? He's reaching for more chips. So he's not even going to slow play it. He's going to let him know. Yeah, and Jeremy immediately folds. Yeah, I did not even pay attention. That was Paul's gin card. Made the jack high straight there and got a little extra bet there out of Jeremy. got about 20 to about 30 minutes before we start the Sunday night free roll tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth. I can hear it getting louder outside of the studio booth. The $1,500 guaranteed free roll with bomb pots, one of our biggest events of the week. Oh, kicker wakes up with pocket jacks in the big blind to no action. Shows it laughing. I haven't seen a walk in a while, and kicker gets pocket jacks and gets a walk. But the $1,500 guaranteed free roll, if you're listening or watching in the area, you've got plenty of time to get down here to Poker House Fort Worth and play in one of our biggest tournaments of the week. The $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with bomb pots, every level change. A little bit of extra spice to the tournament. People love it. And we've still got some cash games going on. Sundays are definitely a great day for poker at Poker House Fort Worth. It's a good place to be on Sundays. Kicker now in the small blind. King 7 of diamonds. Looks like he put out the call. Jeremy 4-3 offsuit, checks his option to the big blind. Queen 5-6, open-ended draw here for Jeremy. It does go check check to a turn. Let's see if Jeremy decides to fire at this one on the turn. Board pairing 6. Kicker's going to actually put out the bet here now. And I think Jeremy's probably going to call here. He's reaching for chips, 110,000. He does make the call. He is open-ended. It's going to send out some red flags for a kicker who probably won't be able to continue the hand unless he hits a king on the river. Another 6, 3 6s on the board. King high could be good here. A lot of the time, kicker may not want to go away. And he goes check, check, and he's going to see it. He's going to see that he got the check mark there. King high was still good. Jeremy on the open-ended draw, and so he's going to pick up that little bit better than blinds pot there, as both players put in an extra 110,000. So I had to step out of the booth for just a moment there. Jeremy can raise that one up in the small blind with the ace. Take that one down. Hand number 120. It's getting louder out there on the floor as more and more people are starting to show up for that 7 o'clock free roll that I was talking about just a moment ago. Let's have a look at that tournament real quick. The $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with bomb pots. Right there on your screen every Sunday and Friday here at Poker House Fort Worth. The Sunday one is going to be getting started here in about 15 minutes. First entry is free with $25 rebuys. The bomb pots, every dealer or every level change. It's a fantastic tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth. My kicker has officially taken the lead, picking up some blinds and hands here and there. Like I said, the chips are tightening up. It's still anybody's game, but my kicker has officially taken the chip lead now. About 2.2 million in chips. But all three players, very healthy chip stacks. 2.1 to 1.9 to 1.3. Paul, the short stack with 1.3. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. So moves will still need to be made as Paul here looks down at ace 3 offsuit on the button. reaching for some raising chips, makes it 175,000. My kicker in the small gets out of the way with 10-6, but Jeremy decides to complete with the jack 6 of diamonds. A flop of ace 9-5. Gonna give Paul the best hand here. Jeremy checks over to Paul. Let's see if how much he bets here. Big bet here. Reached for a lot of chips, but immediately got to put him back as Jeremy gets out of the way. And Paul picks up some more chips there, putting him past the 1.5 million mark. Still lots of viewers on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in and watching the final table of this $10,000 added tournament. We're going to see which one of these three gentlemen takes this one down. We had 130 entries, and now we have 3. $5,700 plus up top. Third place is going to take home $2,760. But these guys definitely have their eyes on the $5,750 up top. Jeremy in the small blind here. Looks like he might have raised it up.
100 more.
Or did he just put in the call? Now it looks like he did raise it up to... Yeah, I think that one was backwards there. I'm not sure if Paul raised. It looked like Jeremy raised, but I could be wrong. Either way, it is a raise to 180,000 pot. Jeremy's pocket 7's ahead. Paul, king deuce, hits a deuce on the flop. Jeremy's going to bet out his 7s here to see where he is at, betting 200,000. Paul has not folded just yet. Wants to look back. It's hard to make a pair three-handed. Could have liked to see a turn here. He recaps his cards, thinks about it, and he does reach for chips. It's going to be a pretty big red flagger. Nope, he put the chips back, and he does make the fold. Very, very close there for Paul to make that call to try to see if he can improve on his bottom pair. He said any pair is pretty good with 3 players. And I think the players are going to take a quick break, and so we're going to take a quick break here. And once again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in for this tournament. There's 3 players left. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go down to a winner here. They took about a 12 to 13 minute break, so it's going to be about that long before we come back here to the stream. There's lots of chips in play, but the blinds are going up. There's 30-minute levels, and there's been no talks of chops. So we're going to be able to see how it continues on, and I'll be back here and bring you back to the action, like I said, in about 12 minutes as the players take their scheduled break here. We're 3-handed left at this 130 entries into this $10,000 added tournament. There's 23,000 in the total prize pool. 3 players left. Almost 11,000, about around 11,000 left in these last 3 places. 57.50 up top. The next place out is 27.60, but these chip stacks are so even that I don't think any one of these players is thinking about that 3rd place money. They're playing for that top prize of $5,750, and there's lots of you still watching here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and I don't want you to go anywhere and hang out and see which of these 3 players takes home that top prize. And if you're not going to be watching, I hope you're on the way here to Bowgrouse Fort Worth. We're going to be starting that free roll here in about 10 minutes. We have our regularly scheduled Sunday night $1,500 free roll with the bomb pots. Going to be starting here in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's I can hear a lot of people out there, so it's definitely going to be a good one tonight. But if you're not coming up here to play poker, I hope you're going to be right here to watch us see who wins this $10,000 added tournament, and be back here in about 12 minutes to see which one of these guys can come out on top, and see you guys here in just a moment. And we are back here. Players on break decided to do an ICM chop, but they are still playing. As we have some money left up top, they decided to not chop all of it, but they did make some agreement on the chop, and they are playing down to a winner. So we still have plenty of poker action to give to you guys. And so let's see about where they are at. 3 players remaining, and I'll get with the staff here to figure out exactly what the chop was on these guys. But they did come to an agreement on the money. There was over $11,000 up top. We'll get it shortly here for you guys, but they are still playing for some more money up top, as we do want to have a winner. We want to see who ends up with the title on this $10,000 added tournament. You see the orange plaques in play. Those worth $100,000 apiece. And for those just tuning in, you've got Kicker, Jeremy, and Paul left here in the final 3 on this $10,000 added tournament. Once again, the players did, right before they came back from break, agreed on an ICM chop, and I'm going to find out exactly what those numbers are and what they left to play for on the table. So each one of these guys getting a great return here on this $130 entry tournament.
That would have been a really loose call.
Loose call? Yeah, pocket pair?
No.
All right, we are back into the booth here. I got the numbers. These 3 players decided to do an ICM chop. What that is, basically, for those that don't know, they all basically calculate their chip stacks against the monies that are left and take an amount of money based upon their chip stacks for first, second, and third, and then they left some money left on top that they are playing for now. And I'll get you those totals here shortly. Kicker's going to raise this hand up, pocket 9s. Jeremy makes the call, 10-8 suited, flops the 10 plus the flush draw. Monster flop here for Jeremy. Kicker makes the check. Jeremy contemplating his move, looking at stacks here. Oh, he moved all in. He moved all in, and so now Kicker needs to decide if he has the 10 or just a flush draw, or if his 9s still may be good. Decisions are a little more difficult Whenever you've already chopped up the money, sometimes you might make a decision you normally wouldn't have, but he does make the fold. Good fold there by my kicker. But that is the tail of the tape. So real quickly, let me run through this with you guys. During the break, they did a chip count, did an ICM chop, and the biggest stack went to kicker with $4,050 for his chip stack. Jeremy, $3,967, and Paul taking $3,713. That's how close these three guys were in chip stacks during that break. And they left about $500 up top to play for here at to finalize this tournament. So again, they are still playing for a good little chunk of change, but just to let everyone know that they did an ICM chop and they were all super close. So it wasn't a direct chop, but pretty close. Kicker taking the most of the cash by less than $100. $4,050 for kicker, $39.67 for Jeremy, and $37.13 for Paul. So fantastic for these three guys. Like I said, $3,700, $3,900, and $4,000 for these three guys. And then they left about $500 up top that they are currently playing for. So they're still playing for an extra $500. And that's not too bad whenever you've already got at least $3,700 and $3,900 and $4,000 in the pocket on a $130 entry fee tournament. So these three players, ICM chop, fairly even, $4,000, $3,900, and $3,700. Congratulations to these guys. But we're gonna sit and enjoy their playing for the title. And that picture on Facebook and that first place extra bonus money, and see where it goes from here. Paul flopping best with a pair of sevens, shows it, and kicker has to go away with his 9 high. Each one of those blue chips worth $25,000 in value, and the orange plaques you see there that look like Cincinnati Bengals, much to my dismay, $100,000 apiece. So chip stacks, Jeremy 2.3, kicker 2.2, and Paul $825,000. So once again, enjoying everyone in all three of our social media streams, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Enjoying this $10,000 added tournament day 2 stream. Let the graphics play catch up here. Paul putting in the last of his $825,000. Jeremy trying to get his cards read there behind the table. And he makes the fold. So Paul picks up the blinds there. So once again, if you just came back from the break, they did an ICM chop during the break. Split up the top 3 prizes, not quite a direct chop, but pretty close, and left about $500 up top to play for between the 3 players. My kicker taking $4,050, Jeremy taking $3,967, and Paul taking $3,713. And now they're playing for the extra money that was left on the table and recognition for winning this weekend's tournament. At 130 entries, $130 for a $23,000 prize pool. These gentlemen taking home already $3,700 for Paul, $3,900 for Jeremy, and $4,000 for kicker. So great play by these 3 players. And also during the break, I was out there in the zoo of people that have showed up for the free roll tournament, which just got underway about 10 minutes ago. So if you are listening or watching in the area, you've still got time to get in on the $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament that has bomb pots every level change. A fun, very busy tournament. I think when I was out there, there was opening the 5th table, the 4th or 5th table, and we still had the cash games going. So poker is your thing on Sundays. Poker House Fort Worth is the place to be. Paul on the button to be the first one to act. Jack, deuce of hearts into the muck. Kicker is going to complete the small blind, 10-4 suited. And Jeremy checks his option with a 3 deuce. Ace 8-7. No help for either player. See if anybody wants to bet. Goes check, check. 4 on the turn. Gives Jeremy a gut shot. A pair for my kicker, who's going to bet this one out. Does Jeremy want to try to get the gut shot for the 5? He does. He makes the call, saying my pair still could be good. There's the 3. No help. Kicker going to be best, and it's going to go check, check, and kicker's going to take down that $450,000 pot. And dealer Winter in the box, who has been here for a majority of the 135 hands we played for this day 2. 18 players started today, 2 full tables of poker. Again, the top 12% rounded up from each flight made it into the money and into day 2. Started at 3 p.m. and 4 hours later down to 3. Kicker looking at an ace here on the button, puts in one of those orange plaques, raises it up to 225,000. And looks like Jeremy made the call, Queen 8 suited. Wants to catch some clubs, but not too many. 10-6-5, no help to any player. Ace high still best. Kicker going to continue the aggression from his pre-flop raise, and it's going to get through and pick up that pot there. Yeah, quite a few people still in the chat. Robert says Paul's looking fly on TV. I do agree. When he sits up and crosses those arms, he does not look like a bluffer. He looks like he's got it every time. And he has. My kicker on the button. It shouldn't be yeah, it looks like let the graphics catch up there. Paul completing the small blind. Kicker checking his option. Jeremy was the one that folded on the button there. Deuce, deuce, 7. No help to either player. Let's see who wants to fire first out of this one. My kicker throws out one of the plaques there, and Paul has to throw his cards into the muck. So my kicker increases his chip total. He's over the 3 million chip stack mark now. Paul, just under 800,000 in chips, needs to find a place to double up. Throws his 8 deuce into the muck. Kicker is going to give the walk over to Jeremy. And play continues on. Yep, Supra, my kicker has crossed the 3 million chip mark. Well, now he's just under it since he had to post the block. 2.95 million in chips. Each one of those orange plaques you see worth 100,000, and the blue chips 25,000 apiece. Nice stack of the orange plaques there. Jeremy in the small blind, waking up with pocket queens. Let's see how he chooses to play this to get max value. Reaching for some plaques. Looks like he made it 200,000 to play. And Paul is going to shove right into the queens, and Jeremy makes the snap call. And we're going to have queens versus ace 5. Ace on the flop to take over Jeremy's queens. A queen and only a queen on the river. 8 not going to do it, so Paul gets the double up and effectively swaps stacks here. As Paul now at 1.5 million and Jeremy 875,000. And now my kicker has about a 1.5 million chip lead on the other 3. For those that missed the announcement right after the break, these players have ICM chopped a majority of the prize pool. During the break, they came to an agreement to count the chips and chop the prize pool that was remaining, and they left $500 up top. My kicker taking the most at $4,050. Jeremy taking $39.67, and Paul taking $37.13. That's how close these three players were in chip stacks going into that break. Less than 100 divided, less than 100 between my kicker and Jeremy, and Paul just a couple hundred behind them. So 3,700, 3,900, and 4,000 and some change to each one of these gentlemen. They are playing for the title recognition and $500 extra cash, which would be the winner. Because even if Paul took the least at 3,700, but if he wins out of these three, he will take the most money, because they were all well within 500 of each other. So once again, kicker 4,050, Jeremy 39.67, and Paul at 37.13, and they're still playing for $500 and the title recognition of winning this $10,000 added 4-day event. Had three flight 1A, 1B, and 1C. The top 12% from each one of the flights brought their chips over to day 2 into the money. And that's where we started the day today, 18 players, and we're now down to 3 playing for that top title and that extra $500. Paul here on the button, 9-8 suited. Looks like he made the call. My kicker, Queen Jack, completing the big blind. And Jeremy, pocket aces. 3-handed pocket aces. Imagine that. Raises it up 300,000. And Paul here on the button makes the call because he already had 100 out there. And here's my kicker, who saw a limp call, re-raise, call with Queen Jack. Stands up in disbelief looking at the stacks here. Queen Jack, not a bad hand, 3-handed. But little does he know, Jeremy pocket aces in the big blind 3-handed. We've seen some coolers here tonight on this feature table and final table. And while this one isn't quite a cooler, it's definitely an unexpected holding here by Jeremy. And the kicker's already got 100 in, so he's going to put in 200 more to win 600,000. And we're going 3 ways to a flop of 900,000 in the middle. Top set aces for Jeremy on an ace deuce 4 board. Pretty much flops kicker and Paul dead here. Now let's see how he can extract max value. He does check it over, and Paul's going to be the one to bet this one out, taking the bait, betting 200,000 into this $900,000 pot. My kicker is going to bluff at it where it looks like 350. Jeremy has got to be loving it here, as he is seeing someone bet into him and then a raise while he is holding the top set. And it looks like he just made the smooth call. Paul here, who was bluffing, made a great bet, but has to let it go. And so kicker, who was basically re-bluffing, gets called by Jeremy. And I mean, the hand is effectively over. My kicker is not going to be able to do anything about this hand. And Jeremy's never going to fold. 3 on the turn brings a one-liner to the board to the top. My kicker checks, and Jeremy immediately goes all in. And kicker can't make the call here. Good effort, good bet there by kicker, trying to pick up that almost $1 million pot with that bluff. But unfortunately, Jeremy had it the whole way, and it was never going to work. So huge, huge chip swing there for Jeremy, who takes closes that gap between him and my kicker now. My kicker 2.1 million, and Jeremy just over 2 million. Paul with 1.25, so a big chip shift there on a poker played pot. You see the poker increase a little bit now that these guys have chopped up the prize money, leaving just a little bit up top. But that 500 left up top would put them in the most money won. They chopped up the pot based on ICM, but they were all within a couple $100 of each other out of almost $12,000 in prize money. So the $500 does make a difference. Gives the eventual winner of these three players the most cash value. But 130 players, 3 days of poker, and to be that close in chips, I think it was a very good ICM chop. Good choice by these three players. Like I said, Paul, a little over 3,700, Jeremy, a little over 3,900, and Kicker just over 4,000 was the agreed chop. Jeremy here on the button first act, throws away the 8-4 offsuit. Paul, Jack 9 in the small blind, reaching for one of those plaques. Looks like he made it 250,000 to play. Kicker, Ace King. Now it's his turn to whether trap or just throw it all out here. Paul raised in the small blind. Kicker's going to re-raise. Looks like he threw out 5 or 6 of those plaques. He 3-bets to 600,000, and Paul goes all in, and Kicker snap calls. Jack 9 versus Ace King. Paul with very live cards here. Didn't have a whole lot of chips left over after he put in that raise, trying to take away that big blind. Kind of had no choice but to put it in there. Couldn't fold after he put in that raise. Dealer Kevin matching stacks here. And so my Kicker in the lead, Ace King against Paul's Jack 9. Paul at risk. 1.9 million in the pot. Dealer Kevin here. Paul looking for a Jack or a 9. King 6-7, top pair for my Kicker. Paul needing a lot of help now. He does pick up some running straight outs. Another 7 on the turn is not going to do it, and I think that's going to be it. My Kicker will have officially eliminated Paul, who had a fantastic run, had a quiet start here on this final table, then eventually started catching some cards and made a couple good calls in some tight spots. Found himself in the top 3 and part of an ICM chop, and walks away with $3,713 for his performance here in this $10,000 added tournament. 37-13, a fantastic return on a $130 entry tournament. Well played by Mr. Paul. Lots of fans in the chat. Congratulations to him. Came back from a shorter stack to have a great piece of the ICM chop. And now we are down to the final 2 players. My Kicker first act here on the button with the Ace 10. Grabs some plaques, raised it up, and Jeremy's going to get out of the way on that one. So again, heads up for the about $500 left up for grabs between these 2 players, along with the recognition for winning the tournament. I love it when the players choose to play it out and have an ultimate win, leave some money up top. I understand chops happen, and they made a good chop. They were all really close in chips. Like I said, less than $300 difference between the 3 of them because the chips were so close. So it was a good chop, but I love it when they leave a bit of money left over to play for, and we get to see some good poker between Jeremy, Kicker, and Paul. And now we're down to just Kicker and Jeremy. Kicker's going to slow play this King Queen here. Jeremy called with the Jack 9 of clubs. Kicker chooses to check his option with the King Queen offsuit. He goes check, check, 10 on the turn. No help to either player as it goes check, check. Jack on the river is going to give Jeremy the best hand. Neither player has a heart. So Jeremy going to take down that $100,000 small pot, but every pot matters. Blinds are 50 and 100,000. My Kicker in the chip lead, just over 3 million in chips, and Jeremy just over 2.1. Jeremy, who went on a fantastic run earlier in the live stream table. And like I said, I was speaking to one of the players during the break, and they said that Jeremy at one point during the tournament had 11,000 in chips. That was all that was left. He had just, I think, less than a big blind or right at a big blind left. And here he is now, basically splitting the top prizes with the top three and playing for an extra $500 here in the last heads up of this tournament. So a great run by Jeremy in this tournament, it sounds like. Always good to keep the focus, a chip in a chair. If you have chips left, you're still in, there's still a chance. And Jeremy proved just that, coming back from being way down at one point in, I think it was flight C, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and look what they said, but was way down, ended up coming back, and now finds himself heads up and an already chopped prize pool. Almost $4,000 richer for his effort, and kicker just the same, $4,050. Now they're playing for that extra $500 and the title recognition.
Right? What, who's big? You limp. You limp, I check. Loudly. Alright, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, 8-4, 8 deuce. Can't beat you. Come on, Lucky. Yeah.
Dinner for two.
Needs the black to win now.
Back into the booth here. Drew saying, fear the hat. It's a very festive Christmas hat. Perfect for a final table live stream heads up. Jeremy here going to be first to act pocket sevens. Let's see how much he wants to raise this up here and see if kicker wakes up with anything to see a flop with. He does not. Turns over the 8-4 offsuit, lets that one go. So heads up play, more about chip stacks than it is cards more often than not. How to selectively be an aggressor, how to put the chips to work. You can't fold a whole lot heads up. You just the blinds will eat you up. So you have to pick and choose, be aggressive. It's definitely a different play style of poker. My kicker here gonna limp in, and Jeremy gonna raise immediately, and kicker has to let it go. Like I said, aggression definitely helps in heads up play. Both players are putting in money blind, and the blinds are 50 and 100,000. Even though there's 5 million chips in place, you still need to be raising your premium hands, and like I said, aggression typically tends to do better heads up. Jeremy here on the button, king 5, reaching for some raising chips, and kicker does fold. It's like right there, that's a 150, 200,000 chip swing just by being aggressive. And knowing to raise. Hand number 151. Want to say a big thank you to all that are on the social medias, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, watching this heads up battle between Kicker and Jeremy. These players have already had an ICM chop and are playing for an extra $500. They almost had virtual stacks. And here we have a decent pot brewing. My kicker raised up to 350,000 with the ace 10 offsuit. Jeremy calls with the pocket nines. Ace 4-7 on this flop. My kicker flopping best. Let's see if he decides to slow play it a little bit here. He's going to reach for chips. Jeremy made the check. Now it's going to be dependent upon if Jeremy is just going to give kicker the ace. He did raise it pre-flop. Yeah, he does give him credit for an ace there, which he does have, so lets that one go. So kicker now back over the 3 million chip mark. Drews were on hand 151, so it wasn't that one. It could have been, should have been heads up. Ace 10, pocket nines, that should have been an all-in situation, but was not. So you're going to call a hand 163. This is hand 152. Yeah, heads up play can last a while, or it can go in a blink of an eye. Depends on the cards and the aggression of the players. Limped pot here, heads up. Queen 6 versus 10 tray, a jack 7 deuce board. Goes check check to a turn. There's an ace. Does anybody want to represent the ace? Kicker does a bet and Jeremy does fold. $3.1 million for my kicker and just over $2 million for Jeremy. No one's really pulled away just yet. Yeah, Drews, I agree that hand could have been uglier, but these guys are playing for a little bit of money left, so they're playing a little bit more carefully. Like I said, both these players have already done the ICM chop, but the chips were so close when the chop was made during the break that they were less than $100 difference between the two of them. And they're playing for $500 heads up right now. Kicker here, going to bet this one out. Both players having top pair of queens. Kicker having the best kicker with an 8. It's a $200,000 bet and a call, so we're going to go off to a turn. There's another heart. Let's see if that slows the action down any, and it does as they go check, check. And the river bringing a board pairing 4, so that is an official chopped pot. Let's see if anybody lays the top pair down, which I don't think they are yet. They're going to bet out 300,000 or 400,000, whatever the bet was. Instant snap call. They're going to both see that they're going to take those bets back, and no action given. As dealer Kevin gives back the last bets and chopping up the main. Top pair is hard to do heads up. Surprised we didn't see much of a bigger pot there, but would have been all for naught. Anyway, neither player would have folded top pair heads up. $154, hand number 154 of this day 2. Jeremy here on the button, decides to limp in with the jack 5. My kicker checks his option with the 9-8 of clubs. And a good flop for 9-8, 5, 7, and 10. Open-ended for my kicker. Bottom pair for Jeremy, and kicker's going to check it over to Jeremy's. Jeremy's going to bet 300,000. I don't think kicker can fold here being open-ended. You might see a raise, actually. I mean, just does make the call. Looking for a jack. And if a jack does come, tournament would be over. There's the second diamond for Jeremy. Now he's 4 to the flush. And it's going to go check, check to a river. Another queen, it changes nothing. So Jeremy's 5s are still going to be good. Does kicker want to try to bluff at this here? He does check it, and Jeremy's going to reach for chips, and kicker's not going to be able to call him. So kicker there probably saved some money. I don't think Jeremy was going to fold at any point there. Bottom pair, a pair's pretty good, a heads up, and then picking up the diamond draw on that turn. So I don't think there was any point that kicker could have won that hand with a bet. Yeah, Drew's in the chat says both players have heart. Absolutely. They've been grinding out of this feature and final table. We've seen my kicker. He was on the feature table before it combined to the final table. And his chip stack, very volatile, had the highest VPIP of the table, but played his stack well. Didn't get to see Jeremy's action on the outer table, but he did make it to the final 9, and we've seen him play excellent ever since he came and sat down. My kicker gonna try to bet this one here with the gut shot. Jeremy with a pair of 4s and 6s, slow playing it. Check raised actually, kicker. He did slow play it. I mean, kicker's gonna let that one go. Not gonna give chips away that easily. And Jeremy sneakily just shows the 6, didn't show the 2 pair, just showed the 2nd pair. Which kicker knows that that was good against his hand anyway, but little sneaky check raise there from Jeremy. Let's have a quick look here at what's going on out there right now. The $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. We just got that started about 30 minutes ago, so you've still got plenty of time to come get in on that action. It's got the bomb pots. Every level change is one of our most popular tournaments of the week. And lots of players out there playing in that free roll. And I believe there's still a cash game going on as well. So Sunday at night, the place to be is Poker House Fort Worth. If you're watching or listening somewhere close, there's definitely plenty of poker action here tonight. Jeremy raised it up on the button there with the king-queen. Kicker folds his blind. And if you are just tuning in, we are heads up between my kicker and Jeremy. There were 3 players left. Paul was with these 2 players here, and during the last break they did an ICM chop. For those that don't know, independent chip model is what that stands for, and they calculate how many chips they have versus the rest of the field and the placement of the prizes, and you get a percent of the pot that's based upon your chip stack and some other factors, but they all chopped it pretty evenly while leaving $500 left to play for and the recognition of the tournament champion for this $10,000 added tournament. At the top of your screen there, my kicker took just the slight lion's share, $4,050 for his performance. And Jeremy here had $39.67. So both of these players within $100 of each other on this chop. And then Paul and his chop was $37.13, so a little over a couple hundred behind these other players, but ended up finishing officially in 3rd. Didn't receive any additional monies for his efforts, but still had $37.13 to show for his $130 buy-in. A heck of a return on that entry, as well as kicker and Jeremy, both around $4,000 a piece, and they were playing heads up for the $500 remaining, close to $500 remaining, and the title recognition of the $10,000 added tournament. We had 130 players participate at $130 a piece. 23,000 in the prize pool after we added the 10,000. It was a fantastic tournament, 30-minute levels, lots of chips, very deep stacked. A good, solid poker tournament that we love doing here at Poker House Fort Worth. Jeremy checks it over to kicker, who's going to put out a bluff here with the Queen 10, and Jeremy's going to lick him up with the 10-7. 2 overcards are good enough for Jeremy. Makes the call. Kevin putting out a turn of a 7, and that's going to be Jeremy's gin card, the only card he could hit to take the lead in this hand. And this one's going to go check, check to a river. My kicker needing a queen, doesn't get there, hits the jack. You're going to see Jeremy probably bet this one out here. And kicker has no choice but to fold. So lucky turn card there for Jeremy as he floats the bet there made by my kicker. The room is getting full out there. I can hear it. Lots of players here on this Sunday night for the $1,500 free roll. Jeremy first act here with the 9-3 offsuit, reaching for some calling chips, makes the call. Blinds are now 75 and 150,000. Kicker checks his option with a 9-4, and we see a flop of ace, deuce, 7. No help to either player, and Jeremy's going to lean on kicker here, and kicker is slowly dwindling down. Almost $4 million now for Jeremy. Some big, well-timed bets and some calls with some overcards. Taking the last several hands here for Jeremy. 3.9 million to 1.3 million. Kicker here needing to find something to take a stand with. And there's the hand under the gun here. He's going to go all in. And it looks like Jeremy did make the fold as dealer Kevin tries to see what, let the computer read what he had. My kicker did have king jack. Yeah, Jeremy didn't have anything 9 deuce offsuit, so no takers there. My kicker shuffling the plaques, mocking dealer Kevin with his shuffling. Those plaques worth 100,000 apiece. Blue chips 25,000. You see the majority there on the side of Jeremy. Had lots of fans in the chat. And they're still in here to see him to take down this title, maybe. Makes the call on the button with the queen jack suited. Kicker sitting there with 7-6 of diamonds. Little suited connector, which we've seen do well here at this final table. He checks his options, so we're going to see a flop 8-6 ace. Bottom pair here for kicker. Yeah, it looks like a bet, a check, bet, and an all in there. So kicker getting max value out of that hand as he checked it over to Jeremy, who put in the C bet there on that flop and immediately jammed by kicker. 1.8 million. Napalm, if you're just joining us, they did already do an ICM chop 3 ways when Paul was still in the mix. They did an ICM chop and left some money up top for title recognition. My kicker took the most at $4,050. Right behind him, with less than $100 difference, Jeremy took $3,967, and Paul just barely a couple hundred behind that at $3,713. So basically, Paul $3,700, Jeremy $3,900, and kicker $4,000. And now they're playing for a little bit left up top, $500, and the title recognition. That was hand number 163, Drews. So you were 1 hand off at the least. Yes, Napalm, it was a great chop between the 3 players. They were fairly even in chip stacks. Great performance by all 3 players to get to where they were, and all took over $3,700 home for this tournament, and now playing for the additional $500, which would make them the cash winner as well. Like I said, kicker and Jeremy were less than $100 apart in the ICM chop. So this $500 is meaningful. Napalm, I feel like that's probably a good bet. My kicker is known to play, but he has played fantastic here on this feature and final table. was pretty aggressive at the beginning of the day 2 when we had 18 players remaining. He had the chip lead and put it to work. Had a little bit of a roller coaster back and forth here and there, but kept fighting it back to have one of the larger stacks at the table for the most part, for the most of the feature table and final table. And he's here at the final heads-up play for the title. Jeremy here flopping a jack, and kicker flop bottom pair. It goes check, check. Ace on the turn, no help to either player. It's going to go check, check again. 9 on the river. They're just trying to get to showdown here, possibly. See if somebody wants to make a bet. Kicker does make the bet of 150, and Jeremy going to make that call with the pair of jacks. And kicker there, hoping that Jeremy had just missed all of that board, but Jeremy had just enough to make the call and get a little bit more equity out of that hand, putting him at 3.6 million and kicker at almost 1.6. Jeremy here going to be the first to act. Queen 6 suited. He was displaying aggression earlier, which was working in his favor. I'm curious to see if he tries to lean back onto kicker. Just makes the call this time with the Queen 6. Let's see what kicker has. Kicker goes all in, 1.5 million with the Queen 10, and Jeremy has to lay that one down, of course. So kicker picking up an extra 100,000 there. Kicker going to be the first one to act here on hand number 167, King 3 of hearts. Grabs enough to complete the bet. And Jeremy with the 8-5 raises it up to 450. So another good aggressive play there by Jeremy. Like I said, heads up play. To the aggressor goes the spoils more often than not. And Jeremy has sort of switched gears back and forth during this heads-up bout and has the chips to show for it. Jeremy here now the first act. Queen, Jack, offsuit, good hand, heads up, does reach pretty deep into those 25,000 chips to show a raise. And immediately kicker has to fold his 6-3. So some more chips there picked up by Jeremy. Took a quick peek out there onto the floor. We've got lots of players in on our free roll going on right now. If you're watching or listening near the Burleson area, Poker House Fort Worth, this is a good tournament to be in. I still saw a cash game, maybe 2 going, and plenty of tournament action. I'm actually going to look up and to see how many people were in on this tournament. Like I said, our streams are on a 15-minute delay, but I can look and see exactly where we're at on the clock and give you an idea of how much time you have to come get into this free roll tournament. You still have 1 hour. 1 hour left to get in here. Oh, and look at this hand here. I was looking at my phone. I apologize. Kicker got to check his option on the 9 deuce and flops 9-9 deuce, and Jeremy's going to be betting this out. Kicker just makes the smooth call. So kicker flops Jeremy dead, an ace on the turn. Let's see if Jeremy keeps up the aggression. Kicker checking it over to Jeremy. Jeremy still reaching for chips. This is going to be a big swing here in the chips. Bet all in there by Jeremy, and Kicker snap calls as he's flopped the boat. And Jeremy has no choice but to make the call here as he's invested too much. And Kicker there, a good good double up there by Kicker. Jeremy taking the aggressive route. But unfortunately, Kicker flops the full boat. So big chip swing there. And we're back with the game here. 2.1 to 2.5. Jeremy playing aggressively, as you should, heads up, but Kicker waited in the wings, finally caught one there, and Jeremy didn't let up on the pedal, and Kicker right back in this. Like I said, I don't hate the play by Jeremy. Aggression does win more often than not, especially on a 9-9 deuce board. But when you're heads up, almost anything is within range. But unfortunately, had just committed too much. Limp on this next hand here, and now it's Kicker's turn to start turning up the heat. We are almost dead even in chips. 2.3 to 2.38. This game shifted on a dime, just like heads up typically does. Getting down to it here, 2.38 to 2.3. Less than about 3 big blinds difference here now, all of a sudden. Anyone's game here. Jeremy looking down first. 5-3 off suit, decides to put in the call. Now Kicker checking his option with Jack 6. King Deuce 4, open-ended for Jeremy. Let's see if he wants to bet this one out. He does reach for chips. I don't think my Kicker is going to be able to continue here. He does fold. Drew says hand 432. But we just saw a massive shift. Now we're back into it. Both players 2.5, 2.1 neck and neck. Blinds are 75 and 150. That's almost $250,000 every other hand. So it's not going to last too much longer. These players are going to have to find something and hope they flop good here. My Kicker is going to make the call with Jack 9 suited. Jeremy Queen Deuce off suit. Deuce 8 tray. Jeremy flopping best with bottom pair. Checks it sneakily over to Kicker, but Kicker doesn't take the bait, checks it back. And then on the 4 on the turn, Jeremy decides to go ahead and bet it out, and Kicker letting it go. Hand number 174 here in this day 2. We are heads up between my Kicker and Jeremy, and the chips are pretty even. Jeremy here, first act on the button. King 9 off suit, and raise this one up to 400,000. And my Kicker's got a pocket pair of 3s. Let's see if he wants to make a playback here with the pocket pair, and he does. Goes all in. And Jeremy's probably not going to be able to make this call. Yeah, you didn't play this long too. No, he did make the call. Wow. Pocket 3s, King 9, 2 overs. Kicker here looking to dodge a king or a 9. Jeremy looking for a king or a 9. Dealer Kevin, 9 in the window and a 3. Kicker has flopped a set of 3s. Huge, huge for Kicker. 5 on the turn. And that's going to be it. How about quads? Quad 3s for my Kicker. Now the tournament's not going to be over. Jeremy did have Kicker out chipped, but that is for effectively the tournament there for Kicker. Flopping it best. And dealer Kevin here will be making sure and seeing exactly how much Jeremy does have left. And that's how quick it happens. Heads up, guys. Jeremy's still going to be alive, but definitely with the back up against the wall, 4 big blinds left, and kicker patiently waited for the hand and found it. And this heads up match is on the ropes. Once again, for those that are just tuning in, catching the end of this, there's already been an ICM chop. Both of these players taking just about $4,000 apiece, but they're playing for title recognition and $500, and been definitely wanting that little extra bit for not only the most money, but title recognition of this $10,000 added tournament. And now kicker is poised, and Jeremy at 1.5 and kicker at 3.8. Jeremy here first to act on the button, King 6 offsuit. Kicker looking down at 9-5 suited, checks his options. So we're going to be going to a flop on a limped in pot. 7 deuce 7, no help to either player. Jeremy reaching for chips. I've loved his play heads up. His aggression is fantastic. This is going to be the only way to climb back. He tried to knock kicker out with aggression, but kicker waking up with the pocket pair, which held all the way to quads. But I've loved Jeremy's play for this, and of all that I've seen so far, he definitely does have it in him to play aggressively and bring it back. We will see. Kicker here on the button makes the call with Queen 3 offsuit. Jeremy checking his option 8-5. 5-6-6. Jeremy flopping best with a pair. Makes the check. Check to a turn. 9 on the turn, no help to either player. Jeremy still checking his pair, seeing if kicker will put in any more chips here, and he does oblige, betting 200,000. Jeremy makes the call. Kicker looking for a queen and only a queen. 10 on the river, no help. Jeremy going to be best here and probably not going to fold any bet by kicker, but it is going to go check and turns over his hand to see that it is best. And so Jeremy slowly coming back. 3.3 million to just over 2 million. Jeremy knowing how to play aggressively, heads up. Kicker has the lead, but it is getting smaller and smaller with every hand. Jeremy first act here at 5 deuce offsuit, goes ahead and lets that one go on to the next hand. And Drews, sorry I missed you earlier. My name is Reese. I travel around to all the poker rooms here in the state, all of our different rooms. We've got a room in Midland, Odessa, San Angelo, here in Burleson, Fort Worth area, and Texarkana. Lots of people have seen me here at Poker House Fort Worth. I know that I travel around to the different rooms for different tournaments or just other things. And I love coming here to Poker House Fort Worth. Definitely a fun room. Kicker here on the button, looking down at those threes once again, going to raise this one up pretty significantly, and Jeremy's going to make the call with the Queen 9 suited. Curious to see what happens on this one. It's a decent $1.1 million pot. Jeremy's going to want it really bad. Looking for a queen or a 9 or some clubs. There's a 9 on the flop. Kicker is going to be behind. Jeremy's going to shove it in there, and I don't know if kicker can call. That's going to flip the chips again. If kicker makes this call here, he'll be looking for the last 2 threes in the deck. He saw all 4 of them earlier, but definitely wanted to see one more here. Great bet by Jeremy. Kicker thinking maybe if Jeremy's on a hard draw or a straight draw. He does make the lay down, doesn't want to give the chip lead back to Jeremy. And just like that, we are back pretty even in chips. Let's see what the computer says here. There's always a little bit of room for error in operation, but 2.85 to 2.53. So definitely close, close, close. Loose aggressive Jeremy knit my kicker. The play styles have definitely shifted once it went to heads up. Kicker definitely taking the more passive route. Jeremy on the button first act, ace queen. Now how do you extract the most value from a premium here? It looks like he raised it up. A couple plaques there. Kicker king 9 makes the call. So already again a big pot here. Two great hands in heads up poker. King right in the window, 8-3. Kicker gonna be flopped best here. Now if Jeremy gets aggressive here, it could be in trouble. Jeremy here, ace queen is gonna be good a lot of the time, heads up play, and he bets $500,000. Now there's no way Kicker's thinking of folding here. He's just thinking if he wants to try to get it in here, or if he just wants to make the call. This is going to be a deciding hand here. Yeah, and in fact, he makes the raise. And now does Jeremy want to just float with the 2 overs, or think that his ace queen could be best, that Kicker could be doing this with a spade draw? Nope, he does let it go. So great bullet fired there by Jeremy, and decides not to call off the rest of his stack. So it was a great bet. Ace queen's going to be head there a lot of the time, and great playback there from Kicker. Yeah, Drews, I just travel around to all of the clubs and help them all out. Part of the group that just kind of put all this stuff together. And I enjoy what I do, traveling to all the different rooms, meeting all the different people, helping out with tournaments, personnel, just a little bit of everything here for all of our clubs. If you've ever been to any of the clubs and seen a tall, bald guy, that's me. My kicker here on the button is going to limp in with a 9-6, Jeremy 10-5, Jack 7 Trey, 2 hearts on this flop, both players miss. Kicker is going to bet this one out, and Jeremy has to lay it down. So Kicker is still with that pretty significant chip lead, 3.8 million. 1.5 in Jeremy's stack. Once again, if you're joining us late, these gentlemen have already had an ICM chop. But they're playing for some extra money and title recognition and playing well. Jeremy on the button first act gets a premium ace-10 offsuit. Kicker puts him all in with the king-jack offsuit. And Jeremy snaps calls. Jeremy's going to see that he's in the lead here. Ace-10 versus Kicker's king-jack. You're going to see another flip and chips here if the ace-10 holds of Jeremy. Kicker looking for a king or a jack, and this tournament could be over. Dealer Kevin to a flop ace right in the window for Jeremy, and a king, all diamonds. No players having a diamond. Kicker looking for a jack or another king. There's another queen diamond. Another diamond chops the pot. And there's a chop pot. So my kicker saved by the 5th diamond on the board. Otherwise, Jeremy would have flipped the chips again back into his favor. And the battle continues on. Chopped pot. And Kicker is going to look back at that one and be thankful for that one. And we move on. Hand 183. Kicker was down to needing a king or a jack. Ends up getting runner diamonds to stay alive. Limps in with the button with 10-9. Jeremy's going to raise it up with king 9. Kicker quickly makes the call. Another decent sized pot here. 1 million chip pot. 1/5 of the chips in play in the middle of the table. King 9 versus 10-9. Kicker in bad shape. Ace 7-6, no help to either player, a gut shot for Kicker, but Jeremy's going to bet this one out, and Kicker's going to make the call, 300,000. So this pot is ballooning up. Kicker needing a 10 or an 8, 5 on the turn, help to no one. Let's see if Jeremy continues the aggression. No, he checks and slows down. And now Kicker's going to pick up the aggression. Not betting much, 200,000. Didn't bet much, just 200,000. Jeremy has to make the call at that price. To a river is a queen, no help. Jeremy's kings. Oh, and he lays it down. Kicker makes the bet, and Jeremy lays down the best hand. And Kicker picks up a huge pot there as Jeremy finally surrenders the hand, folds the best hand, but didn't have anything to call with. Decided to save the last $500,000 in his stack to try to climb back, which he has done multiple times. But a huge pot swings back over to Kicker for the biggest chip lead of the tournament, 4.8 million to Jeremy's 500,000, and the blinds are up 100, 200. And it looks like Jeremy has put it all in dark here. Didn't have much left. They're going to take a look. Both players already ICM chopping around $4,000 a piece. We're playing for around $500 left over, and the title, My Kicker, looking for a jack or a 9 to end the tournament. Jeremy looking for his king high to hold. 8 in the window for Jeremy. Now My Kicker open-ended to take the title. Looking for a queen, jack, or 9. 6, no help. Queen, jack, 9, 7. And it is a 3. And Jeremy going to get a double up. Not much, but it is more life. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Play continues on. Too many out syndrome there for My Kicker, as Jeremy had put it in blind his last 500,000. These blinds are at 100, 200,000. You're going to see a lot of this out of Jeremy with 5 big blinds left. Try to climb this one back. Counting out his stack here, seeing how many bigs to stack that he has. Kicker just going to immediately fold on the button there, not wanting to give him any more. And Jeremy had pocket jacks, was poised with a premium to try to get it in again and hope that Kicker would have anything to call him with. But Kicker folded his pre-flop and misses. Jeremy misses out on the pocket jacks. So it's not over yet, Drews. One double up again, and we're right back to where we were. Jeremy looks down at an ace, puts it all in, ace 4 offsuit, and looks like a snap call here by Kicker. Let's see what he woke up with pocket 9s. So here we go again. Jeremy at risk, ace 4 offsuit. My Kicker waking up with pocket 9s and the chip lead. Looking to dodge any ace here on this flop. Dealer Kevin, 7 in the window, 7 and a king. Safe flop for My Kicker. Jeremy looking for an ace. No help on the turn, a 9, an ace, and only an ace, or this tournament is over. And it's an 8. And Jeremy is going to get second place, and My Kicker goes wire to wire. First place in the $10,000 added tournament, 3 flights, 130 entries, $23,000 prize pool, taken down My Kicker. Congratulations, sir, and fantastic play by Jeremy. His heads-up play was tremendous. I have to say that just right off the bat. Jeremy definitely was difficult heads-up play. His aggression was just fantastic, and almost made work of that tournament there. So thank you to each and every one of you that have tuned in to watch this day 2 of this fantastic event. I've got to get out there and take some photos, so you're going to see these winners on Facebook. you'll see the ICM chops amounts that they made. Fantastic tournament. Thank each and every one of our members that participated, each and everybody that tuned in to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch to watch this production. We look forward to many more productions just like these as we make upgrades and things to our stream as we come along and make each one better than the last. And feel free, you still got time, I think a little over 30 minutes left to get into the free roll here on this Sunday night, one of our biggest events we have each and every week. Don't forget about our noon free rolls every single day, multiple free rolls throughout the week, our new freeze out on Tuesdays. Lots of stuff going on here at Poker House Fort Worth. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching this $10,000 added tournament. 130 players, all came down to my kicker in the end. Fantastic run, sir, and congratulations to all the people who made day 2 into the money. And a big thanks to each and every one of you. Keep an eye on our Facebook and much more events that we have coming up. And feel free to call us if you have any questions. Otherwise, Sunday nights, it's still early. Lots of cash tournament play in here tonight if you're nearby. Otherwise, take a look at our schedule at other events we have coming up. And come see us at Poker House Fort Worth. Once again, thanks to each and every one of you for tuning in and watching. And see you here, right here in Burleson at Poker House Fort Worth.